Chapter 569. The round bead in his hand was only a few inches long, but at this moment in Yan Chutian's heart, it was already filled with mysteries. Not to mention that the material was something that Yan Chutian had never seen before, even more so now. This round bead actually contained a substance that could cause the true dragon will in his body to become greedy. This was enough to cause Yan Chutian to be extremely shocked. It was also because of this that Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He immediately suspended the round bead in front of him and sat cross-legged to adjust his breathing. During the process of adjusting his breathing, the true dragon will was slowly activated. Perhaps this dragon will would not be too obvious to cultivators. However, no matter which spiritual beast appeared here, they would definitely be extremely sensitive to this true dragon will. This was because this was a terrifying aura that originated from the source of the bloodline. The dragon will appeared, but this time, the dragon will that appeared clearly had an additional special meaning compared to usual. If one carefully sensed it, one would know that this meaning was extremely human-like greed, and the thing that it was greedy for was the mysterious bead that was quietly suspended in front of it. It was also because of this that the following actions of the true dragon will were completely out of Yan Chutian's control. The illusory dragon will that vaguely appeared in the shape of a dragon immediately rushed towards the round bead. After which, its head gently touched the round bead, and it also quieted down. However, the silence was only on the surface. Yan Chutian could clearly sense that this silent true dragon will was growing at an extremely shocking speed. That illusory dragon body was becoming more and more substantial bit by bit. This scene caused Yan Chutian to be even more shocked. He had never thought that this mysterious bead would actually be able to create a strong true dragon will. Could it be that it had a relationship with a true dragon? Yan Chutian was not a fool. On the contrary, he knew too many things. As a result, the scene in front of him vaguely made him think of something. Could it be that this round bead was the legendary dragon bead? The origin of the dragon bead could no longer be verified, but there were clear records in ancient books that there was a close relationship between the dragon bead and the true dragon. If the mysterious pearl was really a dragon pearl, then it would not be difficult to explain why it could attract the dragon intent in his body, as well as the powerful dragon intent. But regardless of whether it was a dragon ball or not, Yan Chutian already understood that this mysterious bead was an extremely precious treasure to him. This was because it could strengthen the dragon will within his body, and the power that the true dragon will could erupt at many times was completely immeasurable. The will of the true dragon absorbed the power of the mysterious bead and grew quietly. Yan Chutian sat cross-legged quietly and waited. After an unknown period of time, it seemed like 2 hours, the small illusory dragon finally retreated from the mysterious bead. Then, it dispersed into strands of aura and flowed into Yan Chutian's body. The will of the true dragon originated from Yan Chutian, so he could sense that it was not that the will of the true dragon had grown to its limit, but that it needed to rest for a period of time. Yan Chutian could understand this, because he was very clear that spirit beasts were born with extremely strong power, but in contrast, they needed a lot of time to rest. Although the will of the true dragon was not a real creature, it seemed to be similar. The will of the true dragon's aura dissipated, and Yan Chutian held the mysterious bead in his hand and then carefully hid it in the storage space. After that, he once again entered a state of cultivation, day in and day out. Yan Chutian was very clear that only bitter cultivation was the foundation of strength. No matter how many opportunities there were, if one could not persevere in bitter cultivation, wanting to be strong was just empty talk. And while Yan Chutian was immersed in bitter cultivation, he did not know that in the depths of the firmament god palace, on the peak of a lush mountain, a completely black crow flapped its wings and swept in from the outside like a ghost, and it kept approaching the aura that it sensed. Breaking through layers of clouds, the crow's blood-red eyes quickly reflected a green-robed figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. At the same time, when the crow saw the green-robed figure raised his head, as if he sensed something, and his calm eyes slowly looked over. The crow descended in front of the green-robed figure, and the moment it descended, its entire body turned into a cloud of black fog, and within the black fog, there were 4 faint, hideous bloody words that slowly flickered. Divine blood of the azure phoenix. After that, the black fog and the blood-red words suddenly disappeared completely, as if they had never appeared in the first place. And throughout the entire process, the green-robed figure did not move at all, and his calm eyes did not ripple. Only in the end did a soft murmur slowly sound. Divine blood of the azure phoenix. Time slowly passed, and the details of the Firmament God Palace's destruction of the Tianyang Valley finally spread throughout this ancient mountain gate. And after knowing the details, all the disciples of the Firmament God Palace were extremely shocked. Because in the details, it was actually a disciple who had just entered the Yuanying realm who turned the tide, allowing their Firmament God Palace to defeat the Tianyang Valley. This point was naturally unbelievable to countless disciples, but when such a big piece of news spread out, no one felt that it was fake. Moreover, because of this, the disciple who had just entered the Yuanying realm obtained the greatest merit and obtained a huge reward. This made it even more impossible for it to be fake. Somewhere in the outside world, Luo Yu, who was training with Cher, also had a face full of shock when she heard the news. She simply did not expect that the news that had spread not long ago, that fellow had been eliminated in the outer sect trials, and had disappeared into the crowd. But now, he had turned the tide in the battle against the Tianyang Valley and obtained the greatest merit. In such a short period of time, there had actually been such a tremendous change. How was this possible? But no matter how shocked Luo Yu was, she knew that the news she had received could not be fake. So there was only one possibility, and that was that a tremendous change had really happened to that fellow's body. Senior Sister Luo, did you receive news about Brother Yen again? While Luo Yu was still in shock, Cher hurried over. Although she did not care about Yen Chutian's elimination last time, she was still worried about him in the depths of her heart. Facing Cher's anxious face, Luo Yu did not hide anything and told the young girl the news she had received. When she heard the news of Yen Chutian's great power, the young girl's face was full of surprise and pride. That expression of hers was as if she was the one who had displayed great power. In the land of Yin and Yang, the news of the great victory of the Firmament God Palace had spread to the Firmament God Palace. Naturally, the news of the defeat of the Tianyang Valley had also spread to the ancient and huge force by the Tianyang Lake. As a result, every single disciple was punished. The more they were in the lead, the more severe the punishment would be. At the same time, by the Tianyang Lake, the old man slowly raised the fishing rod in his hand. 10 feet behind him, another old man was kneeling. No matter how powerful the kneeling old man was in the outer valley of the Tianyang Valley, and even had a high status in the inner valley, he was still afraid of the old man. However, in front of the fishing elder, they were trembling with fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. When the fishing rod was raised, there was nothing at the end of the fishing line. Because there was not even a hook, how could he fish? However, the fishing old man did not even look at him. When he raised the fishing rod, the wrinkled hand holding the rod moved slightly. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap suddenly came from the face of the kneeling old man 10 feet away. After being slapped, the kneeling old man still did not say a word. He could only lower his head. You messed up such a small matter. It seems that your position as the great elder of the outer valley is too stable. It is not that I, Kong Shing, did not do my best. I just did not expect that a strange disciple who had just entered the Yuanying realm would suddenly appear in the Firmament God Palace. However, before he finished speaking, another slap solidly landed on his face. It seemed that blood was about to flow out from the corner of his mouth. A disciple who has just entered the Yuanying realm can cause my plan to fail in the Tianyang Valley? It's that, Kong Xing still wanted to explain, but the fishing old man did not give him the chance to speak. A single word from the old man made him stop all his words. He could only dejectedly bow and leave. At the same time, although the fishing old man did not respond to Kong Xing's words after he left, he began to mutter to himself. Just one Yan Chutian is enough to make my Tianyang Valley's disciples unable to raise their heads. Could it be that a new disciple will appear in the Firmament God Palace so quickly? Aning, go investigate. I want to know everything about this disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Yes. In the darkness, a respectful response immediately came out. Then, a black shadow squirmed and a figure flashed. Chapter 570. Firmament God Palace, Outer Sect. On top of a green forest peak, Yan Chutian quietly looked at the surrounding scenery. This was the new cave that he was bestowed with after obtaining the first merit. Of course, this wasn't all of the rewards, only a small part of it. Apart from that, the most important thing was that Yan Chutian had obtained a chance to enter the mysterious fire lotus pool to cultivate. Although the mysterious fire lotus pool was already used by Mu Yoshue and many others, its effect couldn't be compared to before. But this time, it was also Yan Chutian's own effect. It was difficult to judge whether it was good or bad. Since he had obtained such a great opportunity, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't hesitate. He immediately got up and headed towards the mysterious fire lotus pool. In the depths of the majestic mountains, there was a valley that emitted heat all year round. This was where the mysterious fire lotus pool was located. Since the mysterious fire lotus pool was here, there were naturally experts of the Firmament God Palace guarding it. Therefore, the moment Yan Chutian approached, a tremendous pressure shrouded him, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't move an inch forward. Yan Chutian didn't doubt that if he dared to move at this moment, this pressure would mercilessly tear him apart. Fortunately, he came prepared. When he took out the token in his right hand, the huge pressure instantly dissipated without a trace. After that, although he still couldn't see the figure, there was an old and calm voice that slowly sounded. The mysterious fire lotus pool is open for a limited time. I hope you can grasp this opportunity well. Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately bowed towards the source of the voice. Then, he tapped his feet and quickly rushed into the valley. As he rushed into the depths of the valley, the surrounding heat became even more intense. However, the strange thing was that this heat did not cause any discomfort. Instead, if one carefully felt it, they would feel extremely comfortable. Yan Chutian wasn't surprised because he had already expected the mysterious fire lotus pool. Although it was indeed extraordinary, it wasn't out of his expectations. In other words, if the mysterious fire lotus pool didn't have such a miraculous effect, the Firmament God Palace wouldn't have spent so much effort to preserve it. As they slowly descended, Yan Chutian soon saw a lake that looked like magma. This was the mystic fire lotus pond. In reality, although the temperature of the mysterious flame lotus pond was not comparable to that of magma, it was still extremely terrifying. Therefore, every cultivator who entered to cultivate had to endure the high temperature. If they couldn't even withstand this high temperature, they wouldn't have the fortune to enjoy this precious mysterious fire lotus pond. However, Yan Chutian was naturally not such an unlucky person. His mysterious yang body was enough to withstand the high temperature of the mysterious fire lotus pond. Therefore, Yan Chutian's action was extremely simple. He directly rushed into the mysterious flame lotus pool and used his mysterious yang physique to resist the high temperature, gradually absorbing the unique energy of the mysterious flame lotus pool. Under such circumstances, time once again flew by like flowing water. 3 days quietly passed under such circumstances. 3 days later, outside the valley, there was finally some movement in the originally calm space. This was because the mysterious fire lotus pond was only open for 3 days. However, it seemed to have sensed that there was a certain someone in the mysterious fire lotus pond. Until now, there wasn't any movement, and the movement that sounded out gradually died down. Vaguely, there seemed to be an old whisper that sounded out. Forget it, forget it. I'll just open it for a little longer. Such a good seedling cannot be delayed. Therefore, 2 full days later, Yen Chutian, who was in the mysterious fire lotus pond, slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Yen Chutian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. As he exhaled the turbid air, an uncontrollable joy flowed out from his eyes. Although he had entered the rune realm, he had only just entered the yuanying stage and his foundation was not stable. However, training in the mysterious fire lotus pond had already completely resolved the hidden danger of his foundation being unstable. The current him had already completely stabilized his foundation in the yuanying stage. In other words, the description of having just entered the yuanying stage could no longer be used on him. At the same time, Yen Chutian also seemed to have sensed that the time he had spent in the mysterious fire lotus pond was not limited to the 3 of them. Even so, no one came out to disturb him. Therefore, when Yen Chutian flew out of the mysterious fire lotus pond, he immediately bowed respectfully towards the surroundings. Disciple Yen Yun thanks the guardian elder. However, in response to his respectful words of thanks, not to mention a figure appearing, there wasn't even the slightest bit of response. However, Yen Chutian was already used to this. After bowing, he hurriedly left the valley. After Yen Chutian left, a skinny figure shrouded in a black robe slowly appeared. The figure looked in the direction that Yen Chutian left and muttered to himself. Not bad, not bad. However, isn't the consumption a little too much? As the guardian of the mysterious fire lotus pond, he was very clear. In the past few days that Yen Chutian had cultivated, the consumption of the mysterious fire lotus pond's energy was much greater than the consumption of the previous disciples. The following days were gradually peaceful for Yen Chutian. He cultivated day in and day out, steadily improving his cultivation. Bit by bit, he approached the peak of the first yuanying stage. During this process, the will of the true dragon that was hidden in his body appeared once again. After absorbing the energy of the mysterious bead once again, he fell into a deep slumber. However, although the days seemed peaceful, it wasn't truly peaceful. Furthermore, how could the huge firmament god palace truly maintain peace? Very quickly, another major event that attracted the attention of many people happened in the outer sect. There were 8 factions in the inner sect of the firmament god palace. One of them was called the Sky Array faction. The Sky Array faction was, in fact, the formation faction of the inner sect of the firmament god palace. However, there were too few formation faction geniuses. Therefore, the number of disciples in the Sky Array faction was far less than the other 7 factions. Because of this, the Sky Array faction's recruitment of disciples wasn't limited to the inner sect assessment. It would also appear at special times. For example, this time around, the Sky Array faction was actually going to hold a formation Dao assessment in the outer sect. This made many disciples with keen senses suddenly realize that the Sky Array faction was going to recruit disciples again. Moreover, even if they weren't recruiting disciples, the rewards for the assessment were enough to make many formation faction geniuses green with envy. This was especially so for the top-grade array source fruit, which was enough to make Xian array masters green with envy. Therefore, the news of this test spread like wildfire within the outer house. Especially among the array disciples, the news spread like wildfire. Vaguely, many formation faction disciples were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. No matter what, they wanted to take a gamble. Naturally, Yen Chutian also knew about such a popular piece of news. Perhaps he didn't need the guidance of others when it came to formation faction cultivation, but that wasn't the case when it came to cultivation resources. Especially that formation source fruit. That was a cultivation resource that even mystic formation masters wanted, let alone him, who was only a great formation master. Vaguely, Yen Chutian felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly it was. At the same time, in the depths of the inner sect, there were two figures, one old and one young, in an ordinary-looking courtyard. The old man sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, while the young girl respectfully poured tea for the old man. Although she looked calm, the old man had already sensed the young girl's emotions, so he couldn't help but smile. "Why? Don't you have anything to ask grandfather? Since grandfather already knows, why ask when you already know?" The young girl replied indifferently, but her jade-like fingers moved slightly. A small nimble formation flashed in an instant, immediately making the fragrant tea in the old man's mouth disappear without a trace. After doing all this, the young girl clapped her hands lightly, and said to the old man, "Grandfather, is that fellow really so talented that he can make grandfather take out the formation source fruit?" Thinking about the formation source fruit, the young girl wrinkled her nose slightly. Because even she had only used the formation source fruit once. Haha, whether it's worth it or not, of course, we will only know when we encounter it. The old man smiled faintly and didn't answer directly. Hearing this, the young girl didn't ask any more questions. Her beautiful eyes gradually narrowed, and at the same time, a vertical eye faintly appeared between her smooth brows. This seemed to be the spiritual eye. Chapter 571. The young lady was lively by nature, but her temperament was unusually cold. The biggest reason why she was able to remember that outer sect disciple was because she already knew that he had also cultivated a spiritual eye. There were many strange eyes in the Firmament God Palace, but the young lady was the only one who had a spiritual eye. Therefore, when she heard that there was another person who also had a spiritual eye, she couldn't help but be interested. Furthermore, she wanted to know even more. They were both spiritual eyes, but who exactly was stronger? The old man was keenly aware of the young lady's emotions behind him, but he didn't say anything. He was also thinking about the outer sect disciple who had a spiritual eye. From the news that came, his array skills shouldn't be weak. Moreover, he had a spiritual eye, which was enough to make people pay attention to him. However, he only hoped that when they met, that disciple wouldn't disappoint him. Qingshan Cave Dwelling. As layers of restrictions were opened, a thin young man walked to the entrance of the cave dwelling. As for the identity of this young man, who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? After a short period of bitter cultivation, his cultivation had increased by a lot. Although he hadn't reached the peak of the first level of Yuanying, he was very close. However, he was more interested in the array Dao assessment that had spread like wildfire. It was a formation source fruit that could tempt even a profound array master. It was impossible that Yan Chutian wasn't interested in it. Therefore, he wanted to work hard and see if he could obtain the formation source fruit in the end. With that thought, Yan Chutian's palm moved slightly. Suddenly, a pale silver wooden slip appeared in his hand. Although the pale silver wooden slip looked simple, many outer sect array disciples would be envious if they saw it. This wooden slip was the pass to enter the Grotto Heaven position to train. Inside the Grotto Heaven position, not only could one train one's array skills, but one could also see the traces left behind by the older generation of disciples. It was an extremely huge opportunity. Yan Chutian wasn't interested in the array traces left behind by old disciples or predecessors. However, he couldn't miss a place where he could sharpen his array skills. Of course, he could use Mu Yoshue to temper himself, but in the end, there was a difference between men and women. Even if Yan Chutian believed that he was innocent and was not afraid of being sullied, he still had to consider the other situation. Because of all these reasons, Yan Chutian ultimately decided to walk the path to the heavenly abode by himself. After walking past numerous mountains, Yan Chutian unknowingly saw a stretch of mountain range shrouded in clouds. Perhaps ordinary cultivators would not care about this, but a formation cultivator like Yan Chutian, who possessed a spiritual eye, was very sensitive to this. This seemingly simple fog shroud was, in fact, a fog trap formation. If one were to recklessly step in, even a nascent soul cultivator would not be able to find the true path to enter the mountain range. Instead, they would be trapped in the fog. As soon as he arrived, he felt the extraordinariness of the grotto heaven position. Yen Chutian was naturally happy. Although the outer sect couldn't be compared to the inner sect, it was already very good for him with his current cultivation. While he was daydreaming, the spiritual eye between his eyebrows slowly opened. The fact that he possessed a spiritual eye had already spread in the outer sect, so there was no need to hide it. At this time, the spiritual eye once again showed its advantage. Ordinary array masters, even if they understood the Great Cloud Array, would need to spend a lot of effort to break it. However, Yen Chutian, who possessed a spiritual eye, only needed to open his spiritual eye to quickly see the path to enter the mountain range. Since the path had already been revealed, Yen Chutian naturally didn't have any more hesitation. He immediately stepped slowly into the clouds and walked towards the real grotto heaven position. However, what surprised Yen Chutian was that just as he stepped into the corner of the mountain range, there was a biting cold blade aura that came from all directions. The killing power was extremely strong. Even the current Yen Chutian didn't have the confidence to resist it. However, just as the blade aura was about to touch Yen Chutian's body, the silver wooden slip on his body suddenly glowed. Under the cover of this light, the originally murderous blade aura suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Such a scene clearly showed that the blade aura was the power to protect the grotto heaven position. If one entered without a pass, they would be killed mercilessly. Fortunately, Yen Chutian was not the kind of person who didn't have a pass. When the blade aura dissipated, Yen Chutian continued to walk forward. After walking for about 10 feet, the originally calm wooden slip once again glowed with a silver light. However, under the guidance of the silver light, a human figure gradually appeared on the ground a dozen feet away. "Sir, this is a formation that I have set up. Please enlighten me." The human figure muttered to itself. When it disappeared, a formation rapidly formed on the ground a dozen feet away, including Yen Chutian. Seeing this scene, Yen Chutian finally understood. It was no wonder that he could be trained in this grotto heaven position. It turned out that this place could preserve the formations set up by countless array masters. Furthermore, he also understood that if he didn't have a pass, even if he forced his way in, he wouldn't be able to train in this grotto heaven position. This was because the silver wooden slip was the key to drawing out these formations that had been set up at an unknown time and by unknown people. Returning to the main topic, when Yen Chutian comprehended the formation that appeared already possessed the power to kill without the slightest bit of mercy as it pressed down towards Yen Chutian. The power of the formation surged, quickly forming a giant palm that covered the sky in front of Yen Chutian's eyes. It slowly descended towards him. Wherever the giant palm passed, not to mention living beings, even space seemed to be unable to survive for a moment under this giant palm. The power of this palm was something that even a level 4 Yuanian cultivator would find difficult to resist. However, regardless of whether or not he had the means to resist, Yen Chutian didn't rashly block it. If he didn't use array methods to break it, there would be no point for him to enter this grotto heaven position. Therefore, the only thing that Yen Chutian used was the mysterious shadow movement technique to continuously dodge. While dodging, he had already opened his spiritual eye and scanned the giant formation inch by inch. Boom! The giant palm slammed down, but it didn't hit Yen Chutian's body. However, this didn't affect him in the slightest. Soon, the giant palm suddenly lifted up again and continued to rumble towards Yen Chutian. In this situation, it seemed that it wouldn't stop until Yen Chutian was completely killed. However, although the first formation that Yen Chutian encountered wasn't weak, it wasn't extremely strong either. To him, it could only be considered as an appetizer. Therefore, in less than 50 breaths, Yen Chutian, who had continuously dodged the giant palm's attacks, found a loophole in the formation. Following his attack, the formation, which was still aggressive a moment ago, immediately lost its sharpness in the next moment. Immediately after, all of the aura quickly dissipated and returned to its original state. After breaking this formation, Yan Chutian's face didn't show any joy. This was because such a formation was very simple. In truth, it wouldn't have the effect of training him. Thinking about it, the deeper he went into the blessed enclave, the more he would be able to encounter a powerful formation that could truly train him. Moreover, there should also be formations left behind by ancient array masters in that place. Such an ancient formation would be the best training for one's attainments in array Dao. With this thought, Yan Chutian naturally didn't have any hesitation. He immediately continued to walk forward, heading deeper into the blessed enclave. However, Yan Chutian didn't expect that after walking a few dozen feet, he would once again step into a formation. This time, even though he couldn't clearly see the appearance of the human figure that appeared, Yan Chutian vaguely felt that it was somewhat familiar. Subsequently, when that cold request for guidance was heard, the nearby Yan Chutian immediately understood what was going on. Because this voice belonged to Mu Yoshua. In other words, the person who set up this formation was Mu Yoshua. However, Yan Chutian didn't have the means to investigate the specifics. The human figure completely disappeared after the voice sounded out. What Yan Chutian could see after that was nothing more than an extremely vast and enormous formation. However, because it was very likely that this formation was set up by Mu Yoshua, Yan Chutian felt a trace of interest in his heart. He wanted to see how powerful the formation set up by Mu Yoshua was. Chapter 572. The boundless power of the formation surged, and as if thousands of lights and shadows were flashing, an extremely large-scale formation was completely unveiled in front of Yan Chutian. Feeling the wisps of aura emitted by the formation in front of him, Yan Chutian couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. Although this formation was stronger than the previous one, it was still nothing to him. Thinking about it, even if it was really set up by Mu Yoshua, her attainments in the Tao of formations at that time should not have reached the current level. Since that was the case, Yan Chutian would naturally not be polite. He immediately opened his spirit eye and searched for the core of the formation. However, as he continued to scan, a hint of surprise appeared at the corner of Yan Chutian's mouth, unknowingly appearing. This was because only by scanning with the spirit eye could he see through the illusion and see through the disguise on the surface of the formation. This formation actually had a layer of disguise on the surface. If he was careless and did not see through it, then he would rashly attack. Even if it was Yan Chutian, even if his life was not in danger, he would still end up in a sorry state. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had the spirit eye, so he subconsciously used it to look for flaws. Otherwise, he would have suffered a loss. However, it was also because of this that Yan Chutian became more and more convinced that this formation was set up by Mu Yoshua. Because such a formation that hid needles in cotton was extremely in line with Mu Yoshua's temperament. Coupled with the image and tone that appeared just now, it was even more certain of this point. But since this point had been seen clearly, then no matter how hidden this formation was, it would not be able to obstruct Yan Chutian. After half a quarter of an hour, Yan Chutian swaggered out of it. However, what he did not know was that while he was breaking the formation, he was also inside a formation that was about to break. A beautiful figure with a cold face suddenly raised her head and looked in the direction of Yan Chutian as if she had sensed something. Yan Chutian was still moving forward. As he moved forward, even the array formation set up by the older generation disciples finally gave Yan Chutian some pressure. Because among those older generation disciples, there was no lack of people who had reached the profound level of great array master, and even those who had reached the peak. Even if Yan Chutian had reached an even higher level of array formation, he still hadn't reached that level. Thus, it was naturally impossible for him to easily disintegrate the array formation laid down by such an array formation cultivator. However, under such circumstances, Yan Chutian wasn't in a hurry to advance. After all, he could still gain a lot of experience here. Soon, he stepped into another formation. However, the image that slowly appeared this time was completely different from the one before. The image that appeared was that of a graceful figure, and her face was no longer blurry. Instead, it was extremely clear. This was what allowed Yan Chutian to see clearly. The figure's appearance was that of a young girl who wasn't even 20 years old. Her pair of beautiful eyes were bright and full of spirit. Only by looking deeper could one see a faint coldness within them. Apart from that, what shocked Yan Chutian even more was that in between the eyebrows of the young girl's image, there was a vertical eye that opened slightly. That seemed to be a spiritual eye. However, no matter how shocked Yan Chutian was, he quickly returned to normal. Because he knew that the image in front of him was left behind an unknown amount of time ago. No matter how she was, she wouldn't have anything to do with him. However, Yan Chutian didn't know that at the same time, in the depths of the inner court, a young girl's beautiful figure that was quietly sitting cross-legged suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. The young girl's appearance was exactly the same as the young girl in the image that Yan Chutian saw. Furthermore, even though they were separated by an unknown distance, the young girl seemed to be able to see Yan Chutian. Then, her red lips parted slightly. Because through the hazy image, she was able to confirm the other party's identity. Her formation was set up in the outer court's paradise. From the image that was transmitted over, the other party also possessed a spiritual eye. Therefore, other than that fellow from the outer court, who else could it be? After understanding this, the young girl had already lost interest in continuing to sit cross-legged. Because she really wanted to know if this fellow, who also possessed a spiritual eye, had the ability to break the formation that she had set up a long time ago. If he couldn't, then there was no need to continue watching the formation test. The other party definitely wouldn't be able to enter her grandfather's discerning eyes. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who didn't know that he had already entered the line of sight of others, was currently within the rapidly forming enormous formation. Ever since the formation of the formation, Yan Chutian's expression had become unprecedentedly serious. Because the level of this formation had already reached an extremely profound level within the Great Array Master realm. Even if it was him, he would have to treat such a formation seriously and not underestimate it in the slightest. However, Yan Chutian wasn't worried about this at all. This was because this was exactly what he was looking forward to. As the formation slowly unfolded, wisps of pure purple aura continuously surged out from the ground. The emergence of the purple essence was accompanied by astonishing energy fluctuations. Even a Yuanying Stage 5 expert wouldn't dare to underestimate such a degree of fluctuation. Seeing this, Yan Chutian hurriedly formed hand seals and activated his Array Dao technique. Under the scanning of his spiritual eye, he rapidly launched a fierce attack towards the weak points of the attack. However, even if Yan Chutian temporarily stopped the purple essence from sweeping through, he couldn't stop it in the end. Then, from the sky, wisps of energy ripples that emitted destructive fluctuations rushed towards him. However, Yan Chutian was still unafraid. He didn't even put up a defense. Instead, he allowed the energy ripples to rush towards his body. At this time, the advantage of the mysterious Yang body was displayed. Although this formation was extremely extraordinary, Yan Chutian's mysterious Yang body was extremely good at defense. After he stepped into the Yuanying stage, he had become much stronger. Therefore, when the destructive fluctuations descended, the only thing that could be destroyed was Yan Chutian's clothes. Yan Chutian didn't care about his clothes being destroyed in the slightest. However, what he didn't know was that through the hazy image, when a certain young girl saw the man's body, even if it was only the upper half of his body, her fair face suddenly turned red. The girl didn't want to look anymore. However, she didn't want to miss out on whether or not Yan Chutian could break the formation. Therefore, she could only choose to turn a blind eye. However, it was fine for a while. However, the latter's upper body was still bare. In the end, the girl's face that had calmed down finally turned red again. Then, the girl's angry shout slowly rang out. Bah, hooligan! How can you be naked in broad daylight? At this moment, Yen Chutian, who had been classified as a hooligan by a certain someone, was unhurriedly searching for the formation eye in the formation. It was easiest to start with the formation eye. However, it was also because of this that the formation eye would be hidden in the most secret place. At the same time, it would be surrounded by layers of killing intent. As for the fact that his upper body was bare, it was naturally not because Yen Chutian was a hooligan. It was because he knew that he was likely to be attacked by the formation. Therefore, it would be a waste to put on clothes. What happened next was just as Yen Chutian had expected. After enduring several more attacks, he finally found the eye of the formation. However, even if he found the formation eye, he couldn't act rashly. This was because what appeared in front of him were 3 formation eyes. Yen Chutian knew very well that only one of the 3 formation eyes was real. The rest were fake. As long as he touched the fake formation eyes, it would trigger extremely terrifying hidden killing intent. At the same time, through the screen, the girl couldn't help but smile slyly. Because her arrangement was not simple, what she was going to do next would definitely give her opponent a big surprise. However, the girl would never have thought that looking at the 3 formation eyes in front of him, Yen Chutian still hadn't made a choice. In fact, Yen Chutian had made a choice a long time ago. Before the door of life and death, he didn't want his choice to be limited by others. Naturally, it was the same now. Moreover, he had reason to doubt that the person who set up the formation would give him the opportunity to make a choice. If he set up this formation himself, he definitely wouldn't show the real formation eye. Instead, he would create 3 formation eyes for others to choose from. However, in reality, every formation eye was fake. They all hid dangers and dangers. Therefore, very quickly, Yen Chutian shifted his gaze and continued to scan the surroundings of the formation. His choice was extremely tricky. He deliberately looked in the direction of the 3 formation eyes. Chapter 573. Despite being far away, through the hazy image, the young girl could still clearly see that the figure in the formation didn't choose from the obvious 3 formation eyes. Instead, he turned his gaze and looked directly behind the formation eye. Such a scene instantly caused her pretty face, which was originally waiting to watch a good show, to suddenly change. Following which, there was a hint of shock that quietly appeared. Could it be that he had instantly realized that the 3 formation eyes that he had set up were all fake? But how was that possible? Because she had a spiritual eye, when she laid down the 3 fake formation eyes, she naturally didn't think about it. But it was precisely because of this that the young girl was even more shocked. How did he see through the abnormality? The young girl didn't know that Yen Chutian didn't choose to find another way out because he saw through the abnormality of the 3 formation eyes. It was just that the temperament that had been cultivated over the years had already made him not follow the prescribed order and act according to the choices of others. Because he understood very early on that if he followed the arrangements of others, wouldn't he be taking the initiative to treat himself as a fish on the chopping block and be manipulated by the other party? And the result of such a choice indeed didn't disappoint Yen Chutian. Under the sweep of the spiritual eye, he really did find something strange in an inconspicuous corner. Following which, he stepped out step by step and generously used his array Dao methods to forcefully break open the concealment, revealing the true formation eye under the concealment. Then, naturally, Yen Chutian gently slapped with his palm. With this formation eye as the center, the surrounding formation quickly broke apart like a spider web. After breaking the formation, Yen Chutian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The strength of this formation had already surpassed all the previous ones. Moreover, He was even more clear that if it wasn't for the habit that he had cultivated over the years in terms of choice, he would have suffered a lot before the three formation eyes. Even if this kind of suffering wouldn't be fatal, it would still be troublesome. After letting out a sigh of relief, what Yen Chutian didn't expect was that along with the rapid collapse of the formation, the beautiful girl's image was still standing at the edge of the formation, perfectly intact. Moreover, he didn't know if it was his misperception, but he kept feeling that there seemed to be a gaze spying on him from this image. When the formation completely collapsed, the image also disappeared. Only then did the feeling of being watched disappear. However, at this very moment, Yen Chutian did not feel that someone was spying on him. Instead, he felt that he was being overly suspicious. After all, no one knew how long ago these images were left behind. Whether the other party was still in the Firmament God Palace was another matter. How could they use it to spy on him? With that thought in mind, Yen Chutian stopped thinking about it. Instead, he continued to walk into the depths of the heavenly abode. At the same time, somewhere in the inner gate of the Firmament Palace, the young girl who had completely lost her image couldn't help but lightly grit her teeth, and a wisp of dense unwillingness appeared on her young but already peerlessly beautiful little face. Of course, she wasn't willing to give up. She had set up that array formation a long time ago, so it wasn't a big deal that the other party could break through it. If he really encountered him, then even if he moved the spirit formation set up by his pinky finger, he would be able to make him helpless and could only obediently beg for mercy and admit defeat. With that thought in mind, the young girl restrained some of her anger. Then, when she thought of the skinny figure, she was no longer so angry. In fact, when she thought about it now, that guy was already pretty good. At least he could break through the array formation that she had painstakingly set up back then. In the depths of the heavenly abode, there was a huge ancient stone tablet. It had been standing in the mountain range for an unknown number of years. There were many names engraved on the stone tablet. Moreover, these names were arranged in an orderly manner, as if they represented some kind of ranking. Anyone who knew about it would definitely be familiar with this ancient stone tablet. This was because this stone tablet was left behind by a spirit formation Tao predecessor. As long as one sat in front of the stone tablet and communicated with it with their heart, they would be able to enter the hidden space within the stone tablet. In that space, apart from one's own spirit formation Tao attainments, everything else would be useless. However, this wouldn't be harmful to cultivators. Instead, it was a great benefit. This was because one could fully hone themselves in that place and obtain a significant improvement from it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that many disciples who entered the heavenly abode had to sit in front of the stone tablet. As for those names, they were the ones that the stone tablet felt were the most outstanding among all the disciples who had sat in front of the stone tablet since ancient times. From top to bottom, only 20 people were qualified to appear on the stone tablet. Even if they were at the bottom, as long as they could appear on the stone tablet, it would be a great honor for any spirit formation grandmaster. One had to know that the names listed on the stone tablet were the prides of the Firmament God Palace since ancient times. There were even people who were influential figures in the Firmament God Palace's Heavenly Array faction. Yen Chutian had naturally heard of such a famous ancient stone tablet. Furthermore, this was also the place he had been to after entering the heavenly abode. After breaking through several more formations, Yen Chutian finally saw the ancient and authoritative stone stele in front of him. Although he was the strongest disciple of the Firmament God Palace in his previous life, he had never entered the heavenly abode. Naturally, he had never sat in front of the stone tablet. Furthermore, when he became a disciple of the Firmament God Palace, his attainments in the Tao of Arrays had already surpassed the spirit formation grandmaster due to his cultivation. Therefore, why would he enter this place? Returning to the main topic, Yen Chutian naturally saw the stone stele that was emitting an ancient and profound aura. There were 20 names written on the stone stele, no more and no less. Furthermore, as expected, at the 12th position, he saw a very famous person from the Heavenly Array faction. Although the 12th position didn't seem high, it was actually extremely high because Yen Chutian knew that the stone tablet listed all the prides of the Tao of Arrays who had sat in front of it. After seeing the former's name, Yen Chutian couldn't help but feel curious. Would he be able to leave his name on the stone tablet? Or perhaps he could be bolder and ask what position he would be in. However, this was something that no one would be able to guess before sitting in front of the stone tablet. Therefore, Yen Chutian didn't think too much about it. Instead, he quickly moved forward and sat in front of the ancient stone tablet. In fact, Yen Chutian didn't need to calm his heart. The moment he sat down, he could clearly feel that the many distracting thoughts in his heart had disappeared without a trace. Yen Chutian couldn't help but sigh. This stone tablet was indeed extraordinary. Since that was the case, Yen Chutian naturally calmed his heart and gradually communicated with the ancient stone tablet in front of him. Under such communication, Yen Chutian only felt that his mind was being pulled towards a ray of light. When he was truly close to the ray of light, the surrounding darkness suddenly disappeared without a trace. Then, he saw with his own eyes that he was already inside a huge array. Yen Chutian didn't know whether he was really inside a huge array or not. However, everything felt too real. When the power of the array rushed towards him, he didn't have any other thoughts and just did his best to resist. However, as soon as he raised his hand, he suddenly realized that his spiritual energy, or in other words, the power of his aura, had already disappeared without a trace. However, after a short moment of absent-mindedness, Yen Chutian quickly recovered. This kind of training ground was exactly what he wanted. The power of the array was fierce, and because Yen Chutian was inside the array, and because he couldn't use his mysterious shadow, he was already in an extremely sorry state even if he managed to dodge it. While dodging the attack, Yen Chutian immediately opened his spiritual eye. What made him feel slightly relieved was that his spiritual eye could still be used and hadn't disappeared. Thinking about it, in the eyes of the array masters who set up this stone tablet, the spiritual eye should also be a method of array masters. It was just that there were very few people who could master it. With the help of the spiritual eye, it wasn't difficult to break this array. However, what Yen Chutian didn't expect was that after this array was broken, a second array soon appeared. However, the array that appeared seemed to have a consciousness. It was no longer specialized in attacking, but became confusing. The strange and mysterious feeling seemed to be deliberately testing his spiritual eye. This made Yen Chutian surprised. However, since it was something left behind by an array master, it wasn't strange. Chapter 574. Layers of thick fog covered the area. Even if he opened his spiritual eye and scanned the area with his spiritual eye, he could not see clearly what was hidden behind the thick fog. Fortunately, Yen Chutian's spiritual eye was stronger than before. Hence, even if he could not see everything behind the thick fog, he could still see the rough outline. Most of the time, even if he could only see the rough outline, the situation would be much better. Hence, in the end, the formation was broken by Yen Chutian. However, after the formation was broken, the situation was the same as before. Without giving Yen Chutian any time to catch his breath, another huge formation quickly appeared. Bearing the brunt of the attack, a humongous sword surrounded by countless purplish-black runes slashed down at Yen Chutian. Wherever the sword passed, the space was silently cut open. If it landed on a cultivator's body, it was not hard to imagine that the cultivator's body would be cut open in the same way. The huge sword came with great momentum. However, Su Mo was already prepared for the continuous attacks of the formations. With a slight movement of his body, circles of array ripples began to spread out. Wherever the light circles passed, wisps of mysterious aura appeared and condensed into a huge dark purple palm. These small formations that seemed to be casually set up were, in fact, not simple. This was because they were bits and pieces of the Great Spirit human sovereign formation that he had obtained. Although it was only a formation, with the Great Spirit human sovereign's position as the pinnacle of formations, one could imagine how powerful this formation was. As a result, Yen Chutian was only able to comprehend a portion of the formation and could only display bits and pieces of it. However, even if it was only bits and pieces, its power could not be underestimated. The huge purple palm swept over. Its aura was strong enough to tear the space apart. It was extremely powerful. Hence, when the huge sword slashed down and hit the huge purple palm, it could not cut it open as easily as it had cut open the space before. The two were in a deadlock for a long time, before the giant purple palm was finally chopped apart. However, the giant sword had already consumed too much of its power, and could no longer pose a threat to Yen Chutian. Taking advantage of this time, Yen Chutian's spiritual eye swept out and quickly scanned every part of the array. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was the array core, because if he wanted to break the array core was always the best choice. After sweeping his gaze around, Yen Chutian had no choice but to retract his gaze. That was because this array formation was the same as before, able to conceal the effects of the spiritual eye. Therefore, with such a quick scan, it was impossible to determine the specific. Naturally, it was impossible to find the eye of the formation. Boom! It was also at this moment that a halberd swept over. The aura emitted from the halberd was much stronger than before. Therefore, the might of the halberd was clearly stronger than the giant sword from before. As the halberd swept over, Yen Chutian had no choice but to do the same. He once again condensed the giant purple palm to attack the array. However, this time, even Yen Chutian did not expect that when the halberd and the giant purple palm collided, it would break apart immediately. Then, like a sky full of light rain, it continued to envelop him. Caught off guard by the attack, Yen Chutian did not have many ways to defend himself. He could only subconsciously use the most superficial method to condense a defense. Although such a defensive power was not weak, it was destined that Yen Chutian's appearance would be much more miserable than before. As he staggered back a few steps, Yen Chutian's brows quickly became serious. Now, he was almost doubting whether this array was controlled by someone. If it was not, how could it be so strange? However, Yen Chutian was sure that there was no one controlling it. He could only say that this stone tablet left behind by a predecessor of the array Tao was really mysterious. Since that was the case, he would have to treat it more seriously next time. Under Yen Chutian's solemn gaze, although this array was strange, it was still broken by him in the end. However, as the array was broken, another array appeared. It was as if the endless power of the array was crushing down, completely suppressing Yen Chutian's body. Feeling the pressure on his body inch by inch, Yen Chutian understood that this training was going to be tough. Next, one array after another was broken by Yen Chutian. Although each array was not necessarily stronger than the previous one, it was definitely more strange. At the very least, Yen Chutian would be in a difficult situation. However, while Yen Chutian was in a difficult situation, if it was other Grand Array Masters, it would most likely be extremely dangerous. After all, not only did they not have the spiritual eye, they also did not have the huge amount of experience that Yen Chutian had in his previous life. Even in his previous life, he did not study the array Tao much. However, due to the continuous improvement of his cultivation, his attainment in the array Tao also rose. Under such circumstances, he also had a lot of experience. However, even so, as he continued to break the array, Yen Chutian's face became paler and paler. This was caused by weakness. Not only was his array Tao power exhausted, but his mind was also severely exhausted. Phew, letting out a breath, Yen Chutian casually wiped away the sweat on his forehead. The spiritual eye in between his eyebrows did not move as it stared at the array below. Just now, he had already seen a trace of the array eye. Why did he suddenly lose all traces of it? Helpless, Yen Chutian could only dodge the attacks with difficulty and continue to scan with his spiritual eye, paying attention to even the slightest movement. Under such careful observation, Yen Chutian finally noticed a trace of it again. However, even if it was just a trace, how could it escape from Yen Chutian, who was already in a state of panic? Thus, in the end, the spirit formation was broken through by him. After breaking another array, Yen Chutian could not help but let out a breath. However, he understood that he did not have any time to breathe because the next array would soon descend. At the same time, in the outside world, unknown to Yen Chutian, a beautiful figure gradually sat down before the stone tablet that was less than 5 feet away from him. The beautiful figure had a grave expression. The owner of this beautiful face was none other than Mu Yoshue. However, no matter how close Mu Yoshue was to Yen Chutian, it was impossible for her to see Yen Chutian, let alone touch him. This was the mystery of the ancient stone tablet left behind by the Array Dao predecessors. It was also a protection for the cultivators who were tempered by the stone tablet. Mu Yoshue raised her eyes and looked at the 20 names that had been frozen on the stone tablet for an unknown period of time. She did not expect to be ranked among them. She only hoped that she would be able to endure the continuous tempering for a longer period of time. With this thought, Mu Yoshue naturally no longer hesitated. She slowly immersed her mind and communicated with the ancient stone tablet. Time always passed extremely quickly when one was seated. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had quietly passed. After 3 days, Yen Chutian seemed to have reached his limit within the stone tablet. However, he did not know that a great array master of this level could endure for so long within the stone tablet. It was already at an unimaginable level. However, Yen Chutian did not know that. He only had a premonition that he would not be able to endure any longer. Therefore, he gradually began to have thoughts of retreating. Just as he thought of retreating, there seemed to be a ruler in the unseen world. The arrays that had been continuously appearing no longer appeared. However, at the same time, Yen Chutian had a strange feeling. It was as if something unknown was asking for his name. Yen Chutian was not a stupid person. He quickly connected the dots. Could it be that his performance had already reached a level where he could leave his name on the stone tablet? With this thought in mind, regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to give it a try. Therefore, the word Yen slowly surfaced in his mind. After the word Yen surfaced in Yen Chutian's mind, he completely returned to the stone tablet from that indescribable state. With a glance, he saw that the word Yen had unknowingly appeared in the 4th position on the stone tablet. This caused Yen Chutian's expression to change. It was not that he was dissatisfied with his ranking. Instead, he found it hard to believe that he was actually ranked 4th. This was because he knew all too well just how many Array Dao geniuses had tempered themselves on this stone tablet since ancient times. However, even so, he was actually ranked 4th. How could this not cause Yen Chutian to be shocked? However, after thinking for a while, Yen Chutian understood. After all, this stone tablet only recorded the Array Dao geniuses at the Great Array Master level. Due to his previous life, he had too many advantages. It was not impossible for him to suppress those people at the Great Array Master level. Chapter 575. With that thought in mind, Yen Chutian was no longer surprised. Moreover, even if he was in the Great Array Master realm, so what if he displayed profound talent in Array Dao? Talent was, after all, just talent. There were many talented geniuses in the entire heaven realm, but how many of them were there in the end? Compared to that, Yen Chutian was more willing to acknowledge his perseverance and will. Since he had already withdrawn from the training in the stone tablet, Yen Chutian did not stay any longer. He immediately stood up and continued to head deeper into the cave. It was unknown how long after Yen Chutian left, but the beautiful figure who had been sitting cross-legged in front of the silent stone tablet for a long time finally moved her red lips. Following that, her bright eyes slowly opened. When her beautiful eyes opened, a trace of fatigue could be clearly seen on Mu Yoshue's beautiful face. The training in the stone tablet was not only a test of the power of Array Tao, but also a test of the cultivator's mind. Those who had undergone such a test would naturally feel tired and exhausted. Thus, Mu Yoshue closed her eyes and rested for a full quarter of an hour before slowly standing up. During this process, her gaze unconsciously swept towards the stone tablet. This was not because she hoped that she could leave her name on the stone tablet. It was just a subconscious action. However, it was this subconscious action that caused Mu Yoshue to unknowingly see that the fourth position had been replaced by the word yen. Her originally tired and delicate face was immediately replaced by a thick shock. Because it was too unbelievable, Mu Yoshue could not help but raise her jade-like hand and gently wipe her watery eyes. But even so, the word yen was still engraved on the stone tablet, forcefully pushing down the name that had occupied the fifth position for an unknown number of years. However, Mu Yoshue clearly remembered that when she came, the stone tablet had not changed. How could it be now, or could it be that while he was training, someone had broken the limit of the previous disciples on the stone tablet? In an instant, Mu Yoshue was filled with regret. Otherwise, no matter what, she would have definitely taken a look at the other party with her own eyes. After all, the fourth position was so high that it would take many years for the disciples of the Firmament God Palace to reach it. Not to mention the fourth place, even the most talented girl from the Heavenly Array faction had only made it to the 10th place. But now, someone had actually leaped to the fourth position. But even if she regretted it, Mu Yoshue knew that it was too late. Because she was clearly aware that since the other party had already left behind his name, then it was definitely the end of his tempering. Since it was already over, how could they still be here? They must have left long ago. Since she couldn't see the real person, Mu Yoshue couldn't help looking at the yen character on the fourth position. She couldn't understand why the other party would leave such a strange message. One had to know that this was an honor that was enough to make one famous in the Firmament God Palace, but he actually left behind such a strange word. As she watched, Mu Yoshue suddenly thought of Yen Chutian. Then, she blushed and quickly shook her head. She had to admit that the other party's attainments in Array Tao were extraordinary, and he even had the powerful assistance of the spiritual eye. But this yen character shouldn't have been left behind by him, right? Mu Yoshue couldn't explain it, but she subconsciously hoped that it wasn't left behind by Yen Chutian. Because even if she didn't admit it, she didn't want the gap between her and Yen Chutian to be too great. Yen Chutian didn't know that the words he left behind on the stone tablet without much thought had caused Mu Yoshue's imagination to run wild. At this moment, he was stepping on the ground of the heavenly grotto, breaking through one array after another. It seemed that the ancient stone tablet left behind by the heavenly grotto was the boundary. The higher he went, the more mysterious and mysterious the array that appeared. This made it so that Yen Chutian had to be careful at all times. He couldn't afford to be careless. While moving forward, a thought gradually sprouted in Yen Chutian's heart. Could he also leave behind a formation here? At this point, even though he was still surrounded by a large array, Yen Chutian couldn't suppress his thoughts. As he continued to break the array, he thought about what kind of array he should set up. At this moment, an array involuntarily appeared in Yen Chutian's mind. This was an ancient array that he had spent a lot of effort to obtain. In the past, even if he could barely set up this array, he could only set up the outline and not the specific. But now, he had stepped into the Yuanying state. Although his attainments in Array Tao weren't high, the strength he could display was much stronger than before. This was because if he were to set up that ancient array now, even if he couldn't set it up perfectly, its power would be much stronger than before. Bang! Finally, with a muffled sound, the array was completely torn apart. As the array was destroyed, Yen Chutian stepped out from it. But now, he was completely focused on the array that he was going to set up next. It wasn't easy to set up this ancient array. Not only did it require profound attainments in array Dao to be able to set it up, it also required one to use one's own experience to link it up bit by bit. Only in this way would the might of the formation be displayed to its fullest. Fortunately, Yen Chutian more or less had these two abilities. Otherwise, even he wouldn't have the confidence to try and set up such an array. So, on the mountainside, Yen Chutian began to put his thoughts into practice bit by bit. But the more he set up the array, the more pressure he had to bear. After all, he wasn't going to repeat what he had done in the past. Instead, he was going to do his best to set up this array to the extreme that he could reach. At this time, the effect of the spiritual eye became more and more obvious. This was especially so when the first array was completed, and he started to set up the even larger and more powerful main array. Although the array on the surface wasn't weak, it was still mainly confusing. Only when the enemy stepped into the center of the array in order to break the array, would the main array appear from its hidden state and completely reveal its power. But because of this, when setting up the main array, one had to pay attention to the relationship between the auxiliary arrays. But the array itself was profound, so one had to pay attention to the countless connections. One could imagine the pressure that Yen Chutian had to bear when setting up the main array. With such pressure, even if he had the spiritual eye, he could only barely succeed by exhausting all of his mental strength. However, it was unknown whether or not it was because the goddess of luck was standing beside Yen Chutian that he was finally able to set up the formation. But, at the same time that Yen Chutian revealed a joyous expression, he didn't know that there were traces of mysterious golden lines faintly appearing between his eyebrows. It seemed that it was because of these golden lines that he was able to easily grasp all the details of the battle. As the great array gradually took shape, a mysterious aura that was difficult to describe with words began to spread. Above the array, a halo of light flowed. Every trace of light seemed to carry an extremely powerful array power. It was enough to make Yuanying level 5 cultivators, or even stronger experts, hold their breaths and concentrate, not daring to underestimate it. But outsiders wouldn't know that under this enormous array, there was a powerful array that was many times more majestic than the one before. Only when those who entered the array put in all of their mental strength to step into the center of the array, would they see the true main array descend. And at this time, it was usually when they were in the most disbelief and despair. Looking at such an array, Yen Chutian didn't care even though there were still beads of sweat on his forehead that were about to drip down. Because this array was already worth the effort he had put in. At the same time, the wooden slip in his hand trembled slightly. Strands of mysterious energy ripples spread out, quickly enveloping the entire array. Under the envelopment of such energy ripples, Yen Chutian had a clear feeling that this array had already formed some kind of connection with this mountain range. In the future, when another cultivator stepped into this land, if they also had the same wooden slip, this array would be drawn out, once again displaying the power of today. At that time, a figure would appear at the edge of the array. That figure was the person who had set up the array today. Chapter 576. After the formation was completed, Yen Chutian was overjoyed. He raised his hand and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to silently recover from the exhaustion he had suffered. To him, this formation was truly quite exhausting. However, with the might of such a formation, it did not disappoint his expectations. However, Yen Chutian did not expect that while he was silently recovering, he would suddenly feel a cold and gloomy gaze looking at him from afar. Perhaps ordinary people would not be able to detect such a minute change. However, Yen Chutian was all too clear about such minute changes. He had walked from humble beginnings to this point. Yet, he could only rely on his own strength. Thus, how could he not be vigilant at all times? Thus, even though he was severely exhausted, Yen Chutian had no choice but to stop his cultivation and stand up. Then, with an emotionless gaze, he slowly looked towards the source of that gaze. Within his line of sight, there was a figure completely covered by a large robe. Only that gaze was displayed before Yen Chutian's eyes without the slightest concealment. However, from that seemingly casual gaze, Yen Chutian was able to detect a trace of ill intent. Since the other party had come with ill intent, Yen Chutian could not display any kind of friendly attitude. Instead, he continued to look at the other party with indifference. At the same time, the figure in the distance slowly approached. He acted as if he did not hear Yen Chutian's indifference. Instead, he slowly smiled and muttered to himself, "Haha, never would I have imagined that you would be able to make it this far in this paradise formation. I originally thought that I would have to retreat some more before I would meet you in such a miserable state." As he spoke, the figure carried a strong sense of arrogance. From his point of view, Yen Chutian being able to make it this far was the limit. However, to him, this was simply nothing. However, while the speaker did not mean it, the listener did. Even though the other party had covered his body and face, Yen Chutian felt that he should have never met him before. However, since they had never met before, why did the other party's words carry a sense of hostility? Although he was puzzled, Yen Chutian did not show it on his face. He did not say anything, as if he was still ignoring the other party. Seeing this, the figure did not feel awkward and looked away. Hence, his gaze quickly landed on the formation beside Yen Chutian. At first glance, although the formation was extraordinary, it was nothing to him. Therefore, the corners of the figure's mouth couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. Then, he swaggered into the formation. "Haha, this is the array you set up? If that's the case, I don't mind testing the might of this formation." However, there was no disdain in his words, but the attitude he revealed was full of coldness. The reason for that was because the way he saw it, it was merely a spirit formation that he could easily break through. What he did not know was that although Yen Chutian's expression did not change as he watched the figure swagger into the formation, he could not help but reveal a faint smile in his heart. Yen Chutian did not expect that the other party would directly step into the formation. If it was before, he would not have much confidence when facing such a strong enemy that suddenly appeared. However, the other party actually took the initiative to step into the formation that he had painstakingly set up. Then, the following situation would be much simpler. When the figure truly stepped into the formation, even without Yen Chutian's control, the originally peaceful formation suddenly became hostile. Strands of sharp aura emerged from various parts of the formation. It seemed that even the aura that spread out had a sharpness that was hard to ignore. Even a fourth-layer Yuanian cultivator would not dare to underestimate such a formation. However, such a great formation did not cause much of a ripple in the eyes of that figure. Such a formation was not weak, but it was a pity that it was still a little weak when used against him. Not to mention that his cultivation had already stepped into the fifth layer of Yuaniing. More importantly, his attainments in the Tao of formations were extremely extraordinary. Therefore, a mere formation that could threaten a fourth-layer Yuanian cultivator was nothing to him. However, this was also good. Once he easily destroyed this formation, he should be able to completely destroy this fellow's beliefs. In this way, he could be considered to have repaid that fellow's favor. With that thought in mind, the figure no longer hesitated. As he raised his hand, all the violent energy around him surged. It was also at this moment that the attack that the great formation had been brewing to its peak completely exploded. Beams of energy light that resembled meteors stirred up ripples in the air before finally colliding fiercely with the figure. However, the result was that the formation's attack was easily disintegrated by the violent aura around the figure. Moreover, this disintegration was not a simple destruction in the sense of the word, but a collapse from the root. In other words, The figure was also using the Tao of formations to disintegrate Yan Chutian's attack. If this superficial formation was really all of Yan Chutian's tricks, then it would collapse so easily in front of the other party. Even if this did not shake Yan Chutian's beliefs, it would still make him feel a deep sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. But fortunately, this formation was not the entirety of Yan Chutian's attainments in the array Tao. At the same time, looking at the formation that had collapsed so easily around him, the figure's gaze naturally turned to the center of the formation, where the obvious formation eye was. It was not difficult for him to see that this formation was extremely strong. It had clearly placed the formation eye in front of him, and was only testing whether the other party had the ability to step into it. This idea was not bad, but it was only, unfortunately, his Tao of formations was much higher than the other party's. Therefore, this so-called strength was nothing more than a child's play in his eyes. With that thought, as he continued to disintegrate the formation, the figure's gaze could not help but turn to look outside the formation again. At this moment, the other party's expression must be extremely ugly, right? However, this could not be blamed on him. Who asked him to offend that guy who looked gentle on the surface but was actually vengeful for the smallest grievance? However, when he looked over, his originally slightly sympathetic gaze suddenly changed. This was because in his line of sight, Yan Chutian's expression was not ugly at all. Instead, it was still as indifferent as before. This kind of unexpected feeling naturally made him very displeased. The original sympathy instantly disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the aura that permeated the surroundings became even more violent. He wanted to see if the other party could still maintain such indifference when he easily tore apart the array core. In fact, in just a few breaths' time, he had broken through all the obstacles and appeared in front of the formation eye. However, just as he stepped in, before he could turn back to see the change in Yan Chutian's expression, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. He suddenly felt that this formation was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. What happened next did not disappoint the figure's expectations. The originally calm great formation suddenly shattered layer by layer. From the ground, a deeply hidden and enormous formation finally revealed its appearance to the world bit by bit. Looking at the drastic changes in the formation around him, and feeling that the formation was much more terrifying than before, shock suddenly appeared in the figure's eyes. This formation was actually a formation within a formation. At this moment, he finally understood. Originally, he had painstakingly walked to the center of the great formation to break it. At this moment, it had become a shackle. He had to walk out step by step before he could try to break the formation. However, this formation was more than several times more terrifying than before. One could imagine how huge the attack he had to endure to walk out of it was. Such a situation caused the figure's originally calm expression to fluctuate and become extremely ugly. This was because this made him feel as if he was being played. In fact, in his mind, the other party's expression of looking at him as if everything was under his control was like looking at a fool. Damn it! When he thought of this, he could not help but roar in a low voice. Then, his gaze towards Yan Chutian was filled with coldness. He suddenly seemed to understand why the other party was viewed as an enemy by that fellow. It was because now, even he himself was deeply hostile towards the other party. Do you think that with these tricks you can trap me, Yang Tian? Today, I'll let you know that no matter what methods you use, they are not worth mentioning in my eyes. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 577. Due to the humiliation he felt, Yang Tian's roar became even more mocking. He coldly stared at Yan Chutian outside the formation. He knew that only by forcefully breaking the formation and trampling on Yan Chutian would he be able to wash away his humiliation. With this thought, he naturally no longer hesitated. Just like before, the energy around him rampaged and continuously crushed every inch of the formation. Looking at Yang Tian's actions, Yan Chutian could not help but smile faintly. Yang Tian's strength and attainments in the array Dao were indeed extremely strong. However, when the main formation appeared, if the other party still thought that his spirit formation was nothing, then they would truly be looking down on him. Therefore, the moment Yang Tian rampaged, Yan Chutian raised his hand and formed a seal, completely activating the enormous formation that he had painstakingly set up. Buzz! An ancient buzzing sound resounded. Following the buzzing, wisps of light gathered from all directions of the formation and enveloped Yang Tian. Yang Tian did not care about such an attack at first. However, when he sensed that the energy around him was being torn apart by the wisps of light, a solemn expression inevitably appeared on his face. This was because the power of the formation was on a completely different level from before. However, even so, he did not show any ugly expression. This was because the power of the array Dao was still within the limits that he could accept. As his gaze gradually turned solemn, Yang Tian raised his hand and formed a seal. At the same time, he swept his gaze across the formation, taking in every inch of it. Next, he displayed his attainments in the array Dao. As his gaze swept across the formation, he quickly spread out his energy and quickly filled the gaps when he discovered them. In a short period of time, he destroyed all the attacks of the formation with irresistible force. He even opened up a rather long path. At this moment, Yang Tian's expression finally calmed down a little. Then, he once again looked outside the formation. The way he saw it, his performance should have put some pressure on the other party. However, when he looked outside, the figure in his line of sight still had an indifferent expression. There was no change in his expression at all because of his irresistible force. After experiencing the previous unforeseen event, he would no longer rashly think that the other party was ignorant. But if he was not ignorant, then there was only one possibility. When he thought of this, Yang Tian suddenly felt that an ominous atmosphere was rapidly growing around him. However, he didn't have time to react at all. Once again, attacks enveloped him from all over the great formation. The first thing to face him was a huge chain filled with golden light. The chain seemed to have pierced through the void and bound Yang Tian's body in an instant. Then, a giant finger pressed down from the sky. The might of one finger tore through the layers of space. It carried an extremely tearing intent as it headed straight for Xiao Chen's head. Such a situation caused Yang Tian's expression to change continuously. In the end, an extremely ugly expression was fixed on his face. The reason for that was because at that instant even he felt an extreme threat. If it was before, Yang Tian would definitely not believe or even imagine that he would end up in such a sorry state in the hands of a cultivator who had just entered the Yuanying realm. So what if this cultivator was rumored to be comparable to a Yuanying level 4 cultivator? Yang Tian's cultivation was already at level 5 of the Yuanying realm. Even his attainments in the formation Dao were enough to threaten a true level 5 of the Yuanying realm. But now, he was indeed trapped in the other party's formation. He even felt a fatal threat. How could he not be in disbelief? Thinking back, he suddenly remembered that he had taken the initiative to step into the other party's formation. However, Yang Tian was very clear that it was too late to regret now. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to quickly mobilize all his defensive means. Clearly, with Yang Tian as the source, a tornado-like energy ripple rapidly surged out. Even if it was just a slight ripple, the layers of space would collapse wherever it passed. It was extremely difficult to imagine how powerful Yang Tian's defensive means were. Seemingly because he was aware of the strength of his own defense and was extremely confident in it, a trace of pride finally appeared on Yang Tian's face. Once he blocked these attacks, it would be time for him to launch a desperate counterattack. At that time, he would definitely tear this formation apart forcefully and trample Yan Yun beneath his feet. But in the end, Would he really get what he wanted? Boom! While Yang Tian was resisting with all his might, the truly violent and powerful attacks from the ancient formation finally arrived. From afar it looked like a cluster of meteors. Wave after wave of attacks continuously bombarded the tornado-like defense. When the rumbling sound resounded, it was also when the two forces collided. One had to admit that Yang Tian's defense was extremely strong. At the very least, the giant fingers that came crashing down were easily shattered by him from the very beginning. However, this was only the beginning. Yang Tian did not even have the time to maintain the arrogance on his face. The successive attacks slowly caused cracks to appear on the defense that could tear space apart. Such a situation naturally caused Yang Tian's expression to abruptly change. This was because he had never expected that cracks would appear on his defense in such a short period of time. However, so what if his expression suddenly changed? He had the formation to rely on, and this was an ancient formation that even Yan Chutian had spent a great deal of effort to set up with great difficulty. It was no exaggeration to say that he was already destined to fail from the moment he underestimated and stepped into it. It was only a matter of time before he was truly defeated. Outside the formation, Yan Chutian was no longer interested in looking at his opponent. This was because he had already determined the victor of this battle. This made him sigh once again. If one could set up a sufficiently powerful formation, one would be invincible even in the face of an enemy who was stronger than oneself. However, Yan Chutian was also very clear that the formation had an unavoidable flaw. It required too much time to set it up. In the process of a battle, as long as one had a brain, one would definitely not watch the opponent set up the formation without doing anything. As for Yang Tian, he could only say that the other party was too arrogant or a little too stupid. Of course, at this moment, Yan Chutian could not help but be curious about who exactly ordered Yang Tian to deal with him. To be able to hire someone like him, the person's status in the outer sect was definitely not low. It might even be higher than his. However, when did he offend such a person? He quickly recalled everything that happened after he returned to the Firmament God Palace. He did not offend many people, only a few. Therefore, a figure gradually appeared in Yan Chutian's mind. This figure was none other than Guohong. In Yan Chutian's impression, among the people he had offended, only the other party could hire someone like Yang Tian. Speaking of this Guohong, Yan Chutian did not have any enmity with him. However, he seemed to have made up his mind that he was related to Luoyu. Therefore, he threatened him. It seemed that he had always ignored him because of his weakness, but now, because of the news that spread in the Yinyang land, he finally paid attention to him. However, no matter what the other party prepared, Yan Chutian was not afraid. He would deal with whatever came his way. If Guohong insists on targeting him, then don't blame him, Yan Chutian, for not giving him the slightest bit of face. It was also at this time that Yang Tian, who was in the formation, finally had all his defenses destroyed. Therefore, after a series of fierce attacks, he was now covered in wounds and lying in the formation on the verge of death. Seeing this, Yan Chutian did not stay any longer. He turned around and left. He had already stopped the attacks of the formation. After he left, the formation would naturally disappear. However, Yan Chutian didn't expect that just as he took a few steps, a weak voice belonging to Yang Tian slowly sounded out. Yan Yun, I lost to you today. Then I might as well tell you who asked me to do it. The one who asked me to do it was Guohong. Moreover, you were just lucky today. I, Yang Tian, will definitely defeat you in the future to avenge today's humiliation. Chapter 578. Although Yan Chutian's expression did not change when he heard Yang Tian's feeble words, he could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. As expected, this Yang Tian was indeed instructed by Guohong to come here. However, regardless of whether the other party was instructed or not, since Guo Hong had already made a move against him, he would not show him any mercy. Thus, when Yang Tian's voice sounded, his indifferent but disdainful words immediately rang out. "Haha! I have no interest in exchanging blows with a loser." Yan Chutian's simple words were enough to cause Yang Tian's expression to change drastically. If it was in the past, if a disciple who had just entered the Yuanying sect dared to say such words to him, he would definitely tear that person into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. However, the current him was simply unable to refute the other party's words. Hence, even though his expression was ugly, he had nothing to say and could only display an expression as if he had swallowed a fly. Under his ugly expression, Yan Chutian gradually walked away and slowly disappeared from his sight. Not long after Yan Chutian disappeared, the great formation that enveloped Yang Tian slowly dissipated. However, even if the formation dissipated, he could not chase after the former. He could only reveal an unwilling expression as he struggled to get up with great difficulty and left this place in the end. However, as he left, he had already secretly made up his mind in his heart that he would definitely ruthlessly defeat Yan Yun in the future to wash away the humiliation he had suffered today. After advancing for some distance in the cave position, Yan Chutian did not force himself and turned around and slowly retreated along the path he had come from. All in all, this trip to the cave position did not disappoint Yan Chutian's expectations. In particular, the training he received in front of the stone tablet left behind by the Array Dao predecessors had left him even more satisfied. Even as he retreated, Yan Chutian had already made a decision in his heart that he would come to the cave position in the days before the Array Dao assessment to undergo training. After leaving the Grotto Heaven base, Yan Chutian returned to his cave dwelling. For the next few days, he entered the Grotto Heaven base again and again, just like today, experiencing tempering after tempering himself. Under the continuous training, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that his understanding of Array Dao was constantly deepening. This was something that he had never experienced in his previous life. After all, he did not study Array Dao in his previous life. The powerful attainments he possessed were only due to his cultivation. As time quietly passed, the day of the Array Dao assessment drew closer and closer. Until one day, the Array Dao assessment officially arrived. Because of the Array Dao assessment, the atmosphere in the outer sect had already become extremely hot even before the skies turned bright. In fact, there were already quite a number of people gathered in the enormous square that everyone knew about in the outer sect. Among these figures, only a small number of disciples were proficient in Array Dao. Most of them were outer sect disciples who were spectating the battle. After all, forever, there was no lack of people who liked to watch the fun. Even though it was not explicitly stated, many disciples felt that the champion or the one who ranked first in the Array Dao assessment had the possibility of being promoted to the inner sect's heavenly array branch. Therefore, they could not help but be curious as to who would be the champion of the assessment and have the possibility of entering the inner sect. As the skies turned brighter, the surrounding crowd became denser and denser. Among the crowd, one could see the figures of some top disciples. The top disciples here were no longer those who entered the Yin-Yang land and were restricted to Yuanying level 5 and below. Instead, they were the top disciples of the entire Firmament God Palace's outer sect. The appearance of such a person was naturally extremely eye-catching. In an instant, he attracted the gazes of countless disciples. As luck would have it, Guo Hong was also such a top figure. When Yan Chutian saw Guo Hong somewhere in the crowd, even though he was not one of the Array Dao assessment disciples, he could not help but have a mocking look on his face. It was not that he looked down on the former's strength, but that he, who possessed such strength, still wanted to use other people's hands to suppress him in such a matter. This made him look down on him. Moreover, if he was interested in Luo Yu, he could have just openly pursued her. Could it be that he thought that he could win her heart by suppressing all the potential rivals? Yan Chutian did not know what Guohong was thinking, but no matter what, this person's image was not worth mentioning. Yan Chutian saw Guohong, so naturally, Yan Chutian's figure would also be in Guohong's line of sight. However, at this moment, he looked very indifferent to Yan Chutian. It was as if he did not notice a small figure like Lin Fan at all. If it was before, Yan Chutian might have believed that Lin Fan really did not notice him. But now, after Lin Fan had sent people to suppress him, Yan Chutian no longer thought so. In Yan Chutian's eyes, Lin Fan's current pretentious behavior was full of pretentiousness, or rather, hypocrisy. Just as Yan Chutian retracted his gaze from Guohong's direction, a fragrant wind suddenly assaulted him. Shortly after, he sensed an additional aura beside him. Yan Chutian was all too familiar with this presence. Therefore, he did not even need to turn his head, and took the initiative to speak with a faint smile. Junior brother greets senior sister Yoshua. As his voice faded, Yan Chutian looked at the beautiful figure beside him. Sure enough, what he saw was a slightly indifferent face. Who else could it be but Mu Yoshua? With your current status and strength, there is no need to call me senior sister. If she spoke to Mu Yoshua like this normally, she would definitely look at him coldly, or at most nod her head slightly. But facing Yan Chutian, for some reason, he rolled his eyes and said slowly. Little did she know that it was this casual display of grace that was enough to cause many male disciples to secretly cast a burning gaze at her. Feeling the burning gazes from the surroundings, Yan Chutian couldn't help but laugh. It seems that senior sister Yoshua really does look back and smile charmingly. Hearing Yan Chutian's teasing, Mu Yoshua did not say anything, but slightly lowered her head. This made Yan Chutian feel that something was wrong and quickly apologized. However, he did not know that her slightly lowered pretty face was a little red. Was this guy flirting with her? The sky became brighter and brighter. At a certain point in time, from the direction of the mountain gate in the distance, energy ripples finally began to surge over like waves. The ripples landed on the square, but they did not dissipate. Instead, they turned into solid objects before everyone's eyes. Such a scene naturally caused the surrounding disciples to be unable to avoid feeling shocked in their hearts. Even Heavenly Palace stage experts would find it difficult to do such a thing. Only Heavenly Origin stage experts, those above the Heavenly Palace stage, could do such a thing. Just now, such a display of strength was enough to shock everyone. The true strength of the Heavenly Array faction was enough to shock them. Soon after, as the energy ripples continued to materialize above the square, a silver river began to extend from the horizon. Wherever the silver river passed, space was easily penetrated. The enormous pressure that spread was enough to make all the disciples present shudder from the inside out. It was no exaggeration to say that if the other party wanted to, all the disciples present would be forced to their knees by the pressure. Fortunately, although the pressure was incomparably enormous, there was no sharp intent in the aura. As a result, everyone was able to stand and watch the silver river surge over. At the same time, a figure slowly appeared above the silver river. However, to everyone's surprise, the first person to bear the brunt was not the white-haired old man that everyone expected, but a young girl who was at most 20 years old. This involuntarily caused many disciples to reveal puzzled expressions. However, there were also some disciples, especially the top outer sect disciples like Guohong, who seemed to know the young lady's identity and did not reveal the slightest bit of disdain between their brows. Yan Chutian's eyes could not help but narrow when he saw the girl's figure. Wasn't this girl the projection he had seen beside the formation in the heavenly passage? However, the girl was only a projection when he was beside the formation, but here, above the silver river, there was a real girl. As Yan Chutian stared at the girl above the silver river, the girl also seemed to look back at him as if she had sensed his gaze. Gradually, she locked onto Yan Chutian's figure in the crowd. The corners of the girl's lips could not help but raise in an imperceptible arc. Genius remembers this address in 1 second. Sogu's mobile reading website. Chapter 579. Although the young girl on the Silver River did not move, her appearance had already made her the focus of the crowd. If it was an ordinary girl, even if she appeared like this, Yen Chutian would only take a few glances at her before quickly retracting his gaze. However, this young girl was related to him through a formation. Hence, even with Yen Chutian's temperament, he could not help but stare at her for a long time, unable to shift his gaze away. He found it hard to imagine that such a young girl would be able to set up such a powerful formation. Furthermore, did she really possess a spiritual eye? When Yen Chutian stared at the girl, Mu Yoshue seemed to have sensed it. Although there was no change on her beautiful face, she couldn't help but feel an uncomfortable feeling rapidly growing in the depths of her heart. Following which, for some unknown reason, she moved beside Yen Chutian's ear, her red lips lightly moving. She is called Gu Qinyan, the granddaughter of the first elder of the inner sex, Heavenly Array faction. Not only does she possess a spirit eye, but she is also known as the disciple with the most outstanding talent in formations in the Heavenly Array faction, or even the entire Firmament God Palace. Hearing Mu Yoshue's words, Yen Chutian slowly understood. In his previous life, he was the #1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace and naturally knew who the first elder of the Heavenly Array faction was. However, he did not know that the first elder of the Heavenly Array faction had a granddaughter. When Yen Chutian understood, he did not pay attention to the girl beside him. Hence, he did not know that Mu Yoshue's expression was becoming more and more complicated, but there was clearly a trace of anger on her pretty face. The Silver River continued to descend. As the young girl, Gu Qinyan, appeared, many deacons and elders wearing the robes of the Celestial Formation faction appeared one after another. Amongst them, the white-haired elder was the most eye-catching. This was because the powerful aura of the Heavenly Origin stage was gradually spreading from his body. Although Yen Chutian knew about the first elder of the Heavenly Array faction, who was Gu Qingyan's grandfather, he did not know about all the elders of the Heavenly Array faction. As for this white-haired elder, it was clear that he didn't know about him. In fact, he had never seen him before. However, regardless of whether Yen Chutian recognized this white-haired elder or not, the moment he arrived, he announced that the array formation assessment, which was enough to attract the attention of the entire outer sect, had begun. An old deacon stepped out from the group of silhouettes and appeared in front of everyone. He did not care about the reaction of the crowd and immediately spoke in a clear voice. All participating disciples, please step forward and gather in the center of the square. Before the deacon finished speaking, the crowd in the square surged up like a wave. Immediately after, the crowd was divided into two halves. Half of the people gathered in the center of the square, while the other half surrounded the square. Naturally, Yen Chutian and Mu Yoshue were among the crowd at the center of the square. However, Yen Chutian had a somewhat helpless expression on her face. Because just now, he had felt the change in Mu Yoshue's attitude towards him. No matter how he called her, she didn't respond. This made Yen Chutian feel helpless. He could only sigh in his heart. Indeed, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. It was impossible to figure out what the other party was thinking. Back to the topic, when the crowd was slowly divided into two groups, the deacon with the highest position waved his sleeves. Immediately, a sky full of light burst out and went straight to the front of everyone. When the light approached the body of each person, it gradually gathered into a fist-sized black stone in front of them. Ordinary cultivators might not know anything about this black stone, but Yen Chutian was very familiar with this black stone. Because this black stone was not an array-containing stone. The so-called array-containing stone had nothing to do with other things. It was only related to arrays. The function of the array-containing stone was that it could contain arrays one after another. This time, Yen Chutian already had some expectations in his heart. It seemed that the first assessment would be based on the number of arrays arranged to determine the winner. Sure enough, when everyone received the array containing stone, the deacon waved his sleeves again. The deacon waved his sleeves again, and as more cosmos bags flew out, a formation appeared before everyone's eyes. This array is called the Great Profound Spiritual Array. The first assessment is to arrange this Great Profound Spiritual Array and hide as many arrays as possible in the array containing stone. The time limit is set to 1 incense stick. Before the old deacon finished his words, an incense stick burned in front of a deacon on the other side. Looking at this scene that didn't give them any time to react, although many Array Tao disciples were a little unhappy, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. This was because they knew that they couldn't afford to offend the Celestial Array faction. Since they couldn't afford to offend the Celestial Array faction, they could only obey the rules and set up the array. Yen Chutian opened the Qinkuan pouch in his hand. It was filled with materials for setting up the array. Looking at the Great Profound Spiritual Array, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that although the Great Profound Spiritual Array's level wasn't high, it was rare for it to be complicated to set up. Such an array was really suitable for the assessment. However, the Great Profound Spiritual Array wasn't a problem for him. After all, it wasn't like Yen Chutian hadn't set up a complicated array before. As a result, everyone, including the others, fell into a cycle of repeatedly setting up the formation. Every time a Great Profound Spiritual Array was set up, they would merge the array into the array containing stone and quickly enter the state of setting up the array again. Under such circumstances, 1 incense stick's worth of time was obviously extremely short for everyone. For many people, it was as if the incense stick's worth of time had passed in the blink of an eye. When the incense stick's worth of time burned out, a majestic force swept out. Wherever the aura went, even the disciples who were setting up the array were suppressed by the aura and couldn't move at all. Under such circumstances, they naturally tactfully withdrew their hand gestures and didn't dare to move anymore. Soon after, the deacon waved his sleeve again and the array containing stone in everyone's hands seemed to have been summoned and automatically returned to his hand. The situation after that was unknown. Everyone could only see the numerous array containing stones continuously passing through the hands of the deacons. They seemed to be examining the array contained within the array containing stones. And during this process, it was unknown whose formation stone it was, but it was grabbed by Gu Qinyan. She held it in her jade-like hands and lightly weighed it. Separated by a distance, no one knew which array containing stone belonged to them. However, Yen Chutian didn't know why, but he felt that the array containing stone in Gu Qingyan's hand should belong to him. However, he didn't know whether it was a coincidence or intentional for Gu Qingyan to obtain his array containing stone. Gu Qingyan held the array containing stone in her hand and seemed to be casually weighing it. However, her perception had already entered the array containing stone through her jade-like hand. Under such perception, she could clearly sense that the number of array formations contained within the array containing stone had reached at least 100. Moreover, the grade of each array formation was already at the high grade. Such a situation caused even Gu Qinyan to be startled. Clearly, she didn't expect Yen Chutian's performance to reach such a level. However, this was also true. After all, he had a spirit eye and was able to break through her array containing stone. This proved that his attainments in the Tao of formations weren't low. Hence, it was still within her expectations that Qin Wentian would have such a performance. Hence, Gu Qingyan's expression was still the same as before. She calmly placed the array containing stone in her hand back into the array containing stone. Gu Qingyan's actions were seen by countless people, but they didn't care about it. After all, in the eyes of everyone, this was nothing more than her casually grabbing an array containing stone to take a look. It wasn't much at all. At this moment, The disciples participating in the Tao of formations were most concerned about the number of array formations they had set up and whether they could pass the test. As for the outer layer of the crowd, they were all curious as to who would be able to stand out in the first round and become the champion. Finally, when all the array containing stones had passed the examination, the managing elder slowly announced the results. However, what caused the crowd to feel slightly displeased was that he only announced the people who had passed the test. He didn't announce the number of array formations they had set up. Such a situation was still fine for the disciples who had passed the test. However, for the disciples who hadn't passed the test, they naturally felt displeased in their hearts. However, no matter how displeased they were, they could only forcefully suppress the anger in their hearts. They didn't dare to voice out any objections. Genius memorized the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 580. As for the reactions of the eliminated disciples, regardless of whether it was Gu Qinyan or the attendants of the Celestial Array faction, they all ignored them. That was because the doubts of the outer court disciples were simply not something they needed to care about. As for the elders of the Celestial Array faction, they simply ignored them. Regardless of how great their reactions were, after a short period of silence, they completely calmed down. In the center of the plaza, Yan Chutian was still quietly standing there. He had naturally passed the earlier test. As long as he shifted his gaze slightly, he would be able to see a similarly silent figure several feet away. That figure was none other than Mu Yoshua. However, the current Mu Yoshua was clearly still ignoring him. This caused Yan Chutian to have an awkward expression. He could only give up on the thought of greeting her. However, just as he was about to give up on greeting her, he sensed an extremely fiery gaze looking over from another direction. When he turned around, the source of that fiery gaze was none other than Yang Tian. Naturally, Yan Chutian would not show Yang Tian any courtesy. Just like how Mu Yoshua treated him, he also directly ignored Yang Tian. Under such circumstances, the second test arrived one after another. The old attendant from before took another step forward. After that, he waved his wide sleeves again. Just like before, a sky full of light shot out in succession. When the light and shadow descended in front of everyone, the flowing light on the surface slowly dissipated, revealing the real thing inside completely in front of everyone's eyes. As the flowing light on the surface slowly dispersed, everyone was able to clearly see what exactly was inside. However, after seeing it clearly, everyone's eyes involuntarily narrowed. That was because what appeared before their eyes was not just a fist-sized spirit containment stone. But why was it still a spirit containment stone? Could it be that the second test would be the same as the first one? Some people were bewildered, but there were also people with sharp gazes. For example, Yan Chutian. As his eyes flickered, his gaze slowly swept over the spirit containment stone. He already had an answer in his heart. This spirit containment stone appeared to be the same as before, but in reality, it was completely different. The previous formation containing stone was empty, but this formation containing stone had already been set up. It was as if there were countless formations inside. With such a scene and his rich experience, how could Yan Chutian not know what the second test would be like? The item in your hands is still the formation holding stone. However, this stone is different from the previous one. It already contains 1,000 arrays. As for the second test, it is for each of you to draw out the array within the formation holding stone and then break it. The duration of the second trial is the same as before. As soon as the deacon's voice fell, just like before, another deacon faced him. In front of him, an incense stick was immediately lit. With their previous experience, how could these Array Tao disciples hesitate any longer? They hurriedly drew out the formations within the array holding stones, before displaying their own abilities and swiftly breaking the formations one by one. For a moment, light and shadow scattered in all directions on the square. It was too much for the eyes to take in, and their vision was in chaos. However, the speed at which he was breaking the formation was clearly much more difficult than setting up the formation earlier. That was because every single formation that appeared was different. Thus, how could it be easy to find a loophole and break through it? However, as long as it was a matter of decision, there would inevitably be some exceptions in the end. At this moment, Yan Chutian happened to be such an exception. This test was very similar to his experience in the heavenly abode. More importantly, he had the spiritual eye. With such a huge advantage, it was enough for him to break the formations at a speed that was not slower than when he was setting up the formations earlier. In fact, it was even faster. As a result, the surrounding crowd was able to see a variable like Yan Chutian without the slightest delay in the process of breaking the formations. Like a hot knife through butter, she destroyed the formations one after another like a hot knife through butter. When they were setting up the formations, the surrounding array Tao disciples did not have the time to care about others. However, right now they could clearly feel that someone beside them was breaking the formations at an extremely fast speed. They could not help but take a second look. This second look was enough for them to confirm Yan Chutian's identity. After confirming, some of the disciples could not help but have an ugly look in their eyes. Because from their point of view, Yan Chutian was merely lucky to have the spiritual eye. With the power of the spiritual eye, he was able to break the formations so quickly. After all, the spiritual eye had the ability to see through all illusions. Not only was it the best aid for array Tao, it was also the strongest restraint. The surrounding crowd also took this scene into their eyes. They would not ridicule Yan Chutian, but compared to him, the crowd clearly had more faith in those formation Tao disciples who relied on their own experience to break the formation. Yan Chutian did not pay attention to his surroundings. Therefore, he did not know how the crowd was reacting. However, even if he knew, he would not do anything. The spiritual eye was his opportunity and also his strength. As long as he was alive, he would always use it. Therefore, whether he used it or not, what was the difference? Moreover, speaking of which, the other array Tao disciples should not have the opportunity to use it even if they wanted to. Near the elder of the celestial array faction, Gu Qinyan, who had been silent all this time, finally stopped being so casual when the second stage began. Instead, he slowly looked towards the center of the square, or more accurately, towards where Yan Chutian was. She possessed a spiritual eye. Therefore, she was extremely familiar with the aura of a spiritual eye. At this moment, with just a slight glance, she could sense that the other party truly possessed a spiritual eye. This caused the young girl's slightly immature face to gradually reveal a hint of anticipation. Come. She wanted to see just what level this fellow's spiritual eye had reached and how much of its power could he display. After breaking through the formations one after another, Yan Chutian's heart became increasingly clear. This caused Yan Chutian to be overjoyed. He knew that such a state was extremely rare. However, he did not expect that such a state would not appear in the celestial array formation. Instead, it suddenly appeared in this test. In such a state, Yan Chutian's speed of breaking through the formations became increasingly faster and smoother. It was as if any formation was the same in his eyes, and he could break through it as he wished. However, in such a state, the consumption of Yan Chutian's energy was also extremely terrifying. Feeling the rapid consumption of his energy, Yan Chutian had no choice but to forcefully cut off this state. This was because he could not be sure how many more tests were waiting for him. If he exhausted all his energy now, how would he face them? Having no choice but to cut off his state, Yan Chutian could not help but feel a sense of pity. After all, such a state was extremely rare. If it were not for this test, he would have definitely disregarded everything and only stopped when he could no longer support the consumption of breaking the formations. However, even so, at this very moment, the number of formations that Yen Chutian had broken through had already reached 100. It was not inferior to the number of formations that he had set up previously. Such a situation caused Yen Chutian to no longer break the formations. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly and recovered his energy from before. This was because Yen Chutian was extremely confident that in the end, the number of people who could break through the formations would definitely be few and far between. Not long after, an incense stick was completely burnt out. Then, the formation-holding stone was put away as before. After a round of examination, the results were announced. In the results, Yen Chutian unexpectedly made it through. Somewhere in the crowd, looking at Yen Chutian, who could be said to have easily qualified, a rarely seen gloominess appeared on Guohong's usually indifferent face, lingering without dispersing. He already knew that Yang Tian had returned empty-handed that day. In the beginning, he did not believe it. However, it seemed that Yang Tian was not lying and was telling the truth. Yen Yun's attainments in the Tao of formations were already extremely high. Furthermore, that spiritual eye was even more despicable. It was enough to raise his already strong attainments in the Tao of formations to another level. In that case, wouldn't it be possible for him to be directly inducted into the inner sect's heavenly array faction? When he thought of this possibility, it was enough to cause Guohong's expression to become gloomy and even unsightly. No matter what, he couldn't accept that the weak ant in his eyes would actually climb over his head one day and step into the inner court before him. Furthermore, if he entered the inner sect, would Luo Yu look at him in a new light because of this? However, how could a woman that he viewed as his exclusive property have such an unclear relationship with another man? Genius 1 second. Remember this website address. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 581. After 2 rounds of assessment, the number of array formation disciples in the middle of the square was much less than at the beginning. This was because there were very few array formation disciples in the Firmament Divine Palace, not only in the inner sect, but also in the outer sect. In other words, the top disciples were selected from the already rare outer sect array formation disciples to enter the inner sect. How could there be so many array formation disciples in the inner sect's sky array division? However, it was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. This was a principle that everyone knew. After 2 rounds of assessment, the number of people in the middle of the square was much less than before. This was because more people were looking at every array formation disciple who could still be in the middle of the square. When they saw the figures of those veteran array Tao disciples, everyone understood what was going on. This was because everyone knew that the strength of these veteran disciples might not be ranked among the top in the outer sect. However, in terms of array formation attainment or strength, they were enough to be ranked among the top. However, when they saw Yen Chutian, their eyes could not help but change slightly. This was because they did not seem to have any impression of this veteran disciple. However, many of them immediately remembered that it seemed that in the trip to the Yin-Yang land not long ago, it seemed that it was him who had turned the tide. Moreover, he had also displayed his array formation attainment and spiritual eye. It seemed that his array formation attainment should be on par with Mu Yoshua and Ning Ruolin, or even stronger. Therefore, it was not surprising that he could pass 2 rounds of assessment in a row. After all, Ning Ruolin and Mu Yoshua were still in the middle of the square. However, this was the end for them. At most, they could hold on for a little longer. In any case, they were not destined to be in the top 10. Although there were few array formation disciples in the outer sect, it was not so rare that any one of them could reach the top. After a moment of noise, the atmosphere in the square was silent again. At the same time, the old deacon who had previously presided over the assessment took a small step forward again and announced the results to everyone in the middle of the square. The next assessment method was to divide the remaining disciples into 2 groups at random. The people in each group would arrange the array in order and wait for the other to break the array. This situation was self-evident. Only those who broke the array would advance. Those who failed would be eliminated. As for the situation where both groups broke the array or neither group broke the array, the conclusion would be based on the time and the degree of destruction of the array. Of course, the most important point was that regardless of whether it was breaking the formation or setting up the formation, one could only use the power of formation Tao and could not rely on external forces. All in all, since the Celestial Array faction dared to propose such a test, they naturally had enough candidates and methods to determine the winner. Yan Chutian was already used to the announcement of the assessment method. Thinking about it, it made sense. In the end, the path of arrays had to be fought to determine victory and defeat. On the heels of another at that moment, the Milky Way spread out. At the same time, above the Milky Way, there were balls of light jumping up and down. When all the examinees in the center of the square raised their palms as if they had sensed something, a stream of light was immediately drawn from the Milky Way and fell into their hands. When the light in his hand dissipated, a jade tablet engraved with the number 8 appeared in Yan Chutian's palm. He had seen this kind of drawing method many times before. Presumably, the other disciple in the crowd who drew 8 would be his opponent. He just didn't know who the person who drew 8 would be. Among the people present, Yan Chutian was only friends with Mu Yoshua, so he subconsciously approached her and showed the number of the jade tablet in his hand. At this time, Mu Yoshua no longer ignored Yan Chutian. Her beautiful eyes swept over the jade tablet in his hand, then she opened her hand slightly, revealing the jade tablet in her hand and the eye-catching number 9. Yan Chutian didn't expect that the two of them would be so close to each other, so he couldn't help but tease. What a pity, if senior sister and I fought on the same field, maybe as long as senior sister winked at junior brother would admit defeat. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Listening to Yan Chutian's teasing words, Mu Yoshua suddenly blushed, and her mind became even more wild. Unfortunately, Yan Chutian had already moved his gaze away, because at this time, the disciples who had drawn numbers 1 to 5 had already entered the field one after another, and gradually began to set up the array. Those who could pass the first 2 rounds of the assessment were no weaklings, so Yan Chutian naturally wanted to see who could threaten him now. After all, his goal was the array source fruit. Each person only had 30 minutes to set up the array. Although there weren't many clues when setting up the array, those who were well-versed in array Tao could more or less judge the power of the array from the way it was set up and the surging qi of the array. Needless to say, if there were some disciples who set up the array directly, it would be a famous and powerful array. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 30 minutes had passed. At this time, some disciples in the outside world were finally shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, That's the 9 Dragons array. Senior brother Kong Yun is actually going to set up the 9 Dragons array? It's hard to imagine. The power of the complete 9 Dragons formation is enough to trap a 9th-level nascent soul cultivator. Can senior brother Kong Yun really arrange the 9 Dragons formation in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense? No, this isn't the 9 Dragons array. The 9 Dragons array is too powerful. Not to mention whether senior brother Kong Yun can set it up completely, there's no way he can set it up in less than 30 minutes. This 9 Dragons array should be somewhat reduced. While the crowd in the outside world was discussing, Yan Chutian's gaze also turned to the so-called senior brother Kong Yun and the array he was setting up. Inside the array, Yan Chutian wasn't clear about the 9 Dragons array, but since the complete 9 Dragons array was enough to trap a 9th-layer Yuanian cultivator, one could imagine how powerful it was. However, Yan Chutian believed that the 9 Dragons array set up by Kong Yun wasn't complete. Just as a certain disciple had said, not to mention whether Kong Yun could set up the complete 9 Dragons array, even if he could, the time it took for an incense stick to burn was too short. Sure enough, when the incense stick burned out, the so-called 9 Dragons array only revealed 5 enormous dragon shadows. Kong Yun didn't hide anything as he muttered to himself. I can only set up 6 dragons in this 9 dragons array, but the time it takes for an incense stick to burn is too short. So, please enlighten me on the 5 dragons array. At the same time, the examinee in front of Kong Yun had an incomparably solemn expression. This was because he knew very well that even if the 9 dragons array only had 5 dragons, it was still an extremely powerful array for him. However, he obviously couldn't admit defeat at this time. That would be too humiliating. Moreover, there was still a trace of unwillingness to admit defeat in his heart. Could it be that he really had no hope of breaking this 5 dragons array? Thus, he gritted his teeth and finally stepped into the 5 dragons array. As soon as he stepped in, the 5 enormous dragon shadows gradually emitted dragon roars that were enough to suppress his own aura and weaken it by 10%. At the same time, there were actually people who had stepped into the other 4 arrays to break them. It was just that those arrays weren't as eye-catching as the 5 dragons array. Even if the 9 dragons array was missing 4 dragons and could only be counted as 5 dragons, its profoundness and exquisiteness were not something that other arrays of the same power could compare to. Thus, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to break this array. Even from afar, Yan Chutian also felt that the 9 dragons array was profound. However, he hadn't personally stepped into it, so he didn't know exactly how powerful this 9 dragons array that was missing 4 dragons could be. However, when he thought about it, it definitely wouldn't be weak. Thus, even if the result hadn't been revealed yet, Yan Chutian already viewed Kong Yun as a powerful enemy. However, at the same time, a figure slowly stepped out from another array. At the same time, the array behind him began to crumble. However, the examinee who had set up this array seemed to have expected this. Thus, he could only bitterly smile and clasp his hands towards the tall figure that had broken out of the array. To be able to face Senior Brother Zhao, I have no regrets even if I lose. Hearing this, the tall man called Senior Brother Zhao only nodded his head. Then, the gaze on his handsome face inadvertently looked into the distance. The direction he was looking at was none other than the center of attention of the crowd, the young and inexperienced heaven-chosen, Gu Qinyan. As expected, when his gaze came into contact with Gu Qinyan, it became extremely hot. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 582. When Yan Chutian inadvertently saw this so-called senior apprentice brother Zhao reveal such a passionate expression towards Gu Qinyan, he felt that this was normal. Not to mention that Gu Qinyan herself was a stunning beauty, it was just that she was still young and inexperienced. Even so, her status was that she was the most talented disciple of the Heavenly Array faction in the past 1,000 years. All of these halos were enough to cause one to admire and adore her. This was because the heavenly realm revered the martial and worshipped the strong. This was not only true for women, but also for men. Returning to the main topic, although Yan Chutian hadn't noticed this so-called senior apprentice brother Zhao before, from the looks of it now, even if this person's attainments in array formations couldn't compare to Kong Yun's, he was still extremely strong. Thus, this senior apprentice brother Zhao was viewed by Yan Chutian as an opponent. The scene changed. The array formation here was immediately broken. However, within Kong Yun's 5-dragon array, the other array formation disciple clearly didn't have the strength to break through the array. No matter how hard he tried, the techniques he displayed were constantly shattered by the 5 massive dragon phantoms. After a series of failures, he seemed to have finally lost all confidence. Within the array formation, he bowed towards Kong Yun. Senior apprentice brother Kong Yun, this junior admits defeat. By admitting defeat, he wasn't admitting that he couldn't break through the array formation. He was directly admitting that he was defeated and wasn't a match for his opponent. Even so, he knew that he wasn't wrong. This was because he knew that he really wasn't a match for Kong Yun. Even if it was his turn to lay down the array formation, the result wouldn't change. So, why waste time and invite humiliation? Whether it was Kong Yun or the surrounding crowd, none of them were surprised by his opponent's admission of defeat. This was because they had already expected such a result from the very beginning. Kong Yun's attainments in array formations were known to all. He could be ranked at the top of the outer court. In comparison, his opponent was clearly much weaker. The test continued. Whether or not one could break through the array formation, the time limit would end after 15 minutes. After that, the two sides would exchange positions. The other side would lay down the array formation and the previous person would break through it. Perhaps it was because there was a precedent for the disciple who had fought against Kong Yun admitting defeat, but in the following process of setting up the spirit formation, the disciple who had fought against senior brother Zhao was finally unable to withstand the pressure and admitted defeat. His opponent took the initiative to admit defeat. This senior apprentice brother Zhao was clearly somewhat dissatisfied because from his point of view, he hadn't even finished setting up his formation. How could he display his glory before Gu Qinyan? However, since his opponent had already admitted defeat, he naturally couldn't say anything. He could only stop setting up his own spirit formation. After that, he naturally didn't forget to look at the beautiful figure that was high up in the air with a burning gaze. He, Zhao Han, was determined to get this woman. However, he did not know that under his burning gaze, the young lady who seemed to have sensed something couldn't help but frown in her heart. Because she really didn't like this kind of gaze. He felt as if someone was looking at him, as if he were a prey. The first group's test was gradually coming to an end. The result was obvious. When 5 people were eliminated, there were naturally 5 people who made it to the next round. Of those 5 people, the ones that attracted the most attention were Kong Yun and Zhao Han. Seeing that the first group's test had come to an end, Yan Chutian's heart gradually began to burn with passion. In his heart, he was looking forward to the next opponent that he would encounter. When the second group's test also began, Yan Chutian and Mu Yoshua looked at each other and then rushed to their respective positions. At the same time, a figure also flew up from somewhere and landed in the direction that Yan Chutian was facing. When Yan Chutian saw the figure that appeared in front of him, he was stunned. Because this figure was none other than Yang Tian, who he had met in the Paradise's camp. Yan Chutian never imagined that he would meet Yang Tian again so soon. Like Yan Chutian, besides Yang Tian being a little surprised at the start, he was also pleasantly surprised. His defeat in front of Yang Tian that day had already become a nightmare in his heart. No matter what, he could not accept that he would be defeated by Yang Tian. Yes, he must have been careless that day. He must have accidentally stepped into the formation that Yang Tian had painstakingly set up. Otherwise, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state? But now it was time for him to wash away his shame. Today, under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, he must defeat Yang Tian and completely erase the nightmare in his heart. When he thought of this, a sinister look appeared on Yang Tian's face. He stared closely at Yan Chutian. Although he did not say anything, his intention could not be any clearer. Yang Tian's intentions were practically written all over his face. How could Yan Chutian not know his intentions? But he had already made his thoughts clear that day. A defeated opponent did not have the qualifications to be his opponent. Since he could defeat Yang Tian back then, he could do the same today. That was what Yan Chutian thought, but many people in the surroundings looked over. They believed that Yang Tian had already secured victory in this battle. Because Yang Tian's attainments in the Tao of formations were obvious to all. Even if he could not compare to Kong Yun or Zhao Han, his attainments in the Tao of formations were so profound that he was also one of the top 10 in the outer court. After the incense stick was lit, it was also time for Yang Tian to set up the formation. One had to admit that Yang Tian's attainments in the Tao of formations were indeed very deep, at least in the Great Array Master realm. Even if he did not manage to set up the formation in a rough manner, it was still enough to make people pay attention to him and unable to ignore him. As the incense stick continued to burn, the scale of the array gradually took shape. An extremely powerful oppressive aura slowly spread out. This aura, the aura's pressure was much more striking than before. As it spread out, many of the spectating disciples could not help but show solemn expressions. They could clearly feel that if it was any one of them, it would be extremely difficult to resist such a formation. When the incense stick burned out, Yang Tian gradually dispersed the power in his hand. He raised his head slightly, and the eyes on his face revealed a trace of arrogance. He was extremely confident in his attainments in the Tao of formations. Therefore, he was also very confident in the formation he set up. He was confident that such a formation would render the other party helpless for at least 15 minutes. Looking at the formation that had already taken shape before him, Yan Chutian gave it a few more glances. He did not look down on it. Although he was just looking, the formation before him did not make Yan Chutian feel any great pressure. At the very least, Yan Chutian was confident that he could break this formation in 15 minutes. After he finished setting up the formation, he stood proudly with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for Yan Chutian to start breaking the formation. Looking at the formation before him, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately stepped into it. The moment he stepped in, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the surrounding formation, which was originally silent, immediately began to circulate violently. As the formation surged, strands of mysterious aura slowly emerged from all directions. Immediately after, the gray and misty auras converged, and a large net silently appeared. In the next moment, the large net enveloped over. Although the gray net did not emit any ferocious aura, Yan Chutian could clearly see that if he was enveloped by it, the situation would become extremely difficult to deal with. This spirit array seemed simple, but when it was stacked together, its power would stack up to an extremely ferocious level. Even if Yan Chutian was confident in breaking this formation, he would definitely not let himself be entangled in it. Otherwise, even if he could break the formation in the end, he would definitely consume a lot of energy. Therefore, when the large net enveloped him, Yan Chutian formed a seal with his hand. Strands of array Tao power surged out from his body and attacked the weak points of the large net under his control. Bang, bang, bang! Soft sounds continuously rang out, and after these soft sounds, the large net shattered and disappeared without a trace. Seeing that his attack had been broken, Yang Tian was not surprised. That day, he had personally experienced the power of the other party's formation, so he naturally knew what level the other party's attainments in the array Tao had reached. Therefore, from the beginning, Yang Tian did not expect that the other party would be easily trapped by his formation. This was just the beginning. Thinking of this, Yang Tian sneered and formed a seal with his hand again. When the seal appeared, the huge formation began to operate again. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 583. 1. A loud buzzing sound slowly rang out. As the buzzing sound rang out, the great formation in front of Yang Tian started to circulate as it was infused with the seals. In an instant, Yan Chutian felt as though the world had turned upside down. Following which, an extremely powerful energy surged out from the depths of the earth, tearing a hideous hole in the ground in an instant. Under the gazes of many people, an incomparably pale white giant palm slowly extended out from that hideous hole. The giant palm was densely covered with runes. These runes that seemed to extend in all directions all led to the center of the palm. When the giant palm lifted slightly, everyone was shocked to see that there was actually a blood-red eye at the center of the palm. The pitch-black pupil in the blood-red eye moved slightly. Anyone who met its gaze would tremble as an indescribable feeling of fear crazily spread from the bottom of their hearts. This was only for those outside the formation. It was extremely difficult to imagine how much fear Yan Chutian, who was in the formation, would feel when facing such a blood-red eye. Such a situation involuntarily caused everyone to sigh. This Yang Tian's attainments in the formation Dao were indeed extremely high, having the standard to enter the top 10. As for this Yen Yun, he was also unlucky. If he had encountered someone else, he might have been able to obtain victory and display some of his glory. It was a pity that he encountered Yang Tian in this round of examination. The blood-red eye stared intently at Yan Chutian, instantly causing him to feel a huge pressure. The pressure that surged towards him from all directions like a tidal wave made it difficult for him to move, causing him to stiffen on the spot. When he saw this scene, the cold smile on Yang Tian's face grew even wider. He was fully aware of the might of his formation. However, to prevent any unexpected events from occurring, he quickly changed his hand seals again. As his hand seals changed, the dense runes on the pale white palm seemed to be continuously flowing with blood. In the end, they gathered in the blood-red eye, causing the blood-red eye to continuously expand. It slowly descended towards the stiffened Yan Chutian, wanting to devour him. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly slow pale white palm completely descended in just a few breaths of time. At the same time as the turbulent energy ripples spread out, a deep joy involuntarily appeared on Yang Tian's face. Because now, he could finally wash away his humiliation. In the sky, Gu Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the defeated Yan Chutian. In her opinion, this fellow should not have been defeated so quickly. However, why did he? At the same time, although the fight ended so quickly and hastily, it was still within the expectations of the crowd. After all, Yang Tian's attainments in formation Dao had long been known by everyone. This scene caused Guohong, who was standing outside the arena, to heave a sigh of relief. Following which, a look of disdain appeared on his handsome face. It seemed like he had been overthinking things. No matter how strong Yen Yun was, he was just SOSO. He could not even be compared to the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. How could he possibly be accepted into the inner sect's Sky Array faction? With that thought in mind, Guohong once again shot a mocking glance at the giant palm in front of him. In his opinion, even if the other party wasn't dead, he should be severely injured, right? However, this disdainful glance suddenly changed just as Guohong was about to withdraw it. This was because he was shocked to discover that there were many tiny cracks on the giant pale white palm that were continuously spreading from the bottom. This situation was too unbelievable for him. Hence, Guohong hurriedly looked at Yang Tian's expression. He clearly knew that Yang Tian would definitely be the first to sense it if an unforeseen event had occurred. With this glance, Guohong saw that Yang Tian's originally joyous expression had been replaced by a look of disbelief. Guohong's sharp senses allowed him to sense this. Could it be that a shocking change had occurred? The speed at which the cracks spread seemed slow, but they were extremely fast. In a few breaths' time, they had covered the entire giant pale white palm. Such a scene also caused some of the spectating disciples to finally notice something. Soon after, numerous gazes gathered once again, staring intently at the battle that they believed to be the victor. Everyone finally realized that the situation seemed to have changed. Bang! Finally, a clear shattering sound rang out from the giant pale white palm. Soon after, more and more shattering sounds rang out. Along with these shattering sounds, the entire pale white giant palm was completely destroyed in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar spread as the entire pale white giant palm suddenly collapsed. At the same time, a skinny figure slowly walked out from the source of the collapse, while Yang Tiando's face turned extremely ugly and pale. When the figure truly walked out, who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? The moment Yan Chutian appeared, Gu Qingyan's originally doubtful expression gradually relaxed. She was naturally not surprised by this. After all, the other party had even broken through the formation she had set up in the cave. How could he be stopped by this formation? Gu Qingyan was the same. However, Guohong's expression had clearly turned extremely dark at this moment. At the same time, the surrounding crowd could not help but reveal shocked expressions. They had never imagined that the result that they had originally believed to be the victor would actually be overturned in an instant. Could it be that Yen Yun's attainments in the Tao of formations had already reached the level where he could contend against Yang Tian? Damn it! Seeing that his formation had been broken, Yang Tian's expression turned malevolent. How could he easily accept such an outcome? Soon after, he frantically formed hand seals and fused them with the great formation. Under his reckless actions, not only was the ground of the formation continuously torn apart, even the sky above the formation was constantly being torn apart. Then, from the crack, either a huge pale white palm, a huge pale white foot, or a bloody eye, emerged one after another. Numerous attacks gathered together. The might that spread out was sufficient to cause even a fifth-level elixir cultivator to tremble. In merely an incense stick's worth of time, the formation he had set up had been activated to such an extent. Clearly, the price Yang Tian had to pay was not small. However, the current him was only thinking about defeating Yen Chutian and washing away the humiliation he had suffered. How could he still care about the concept of a price? Hence, the expressions of the surrounding crowd involuntarily changed. They felt that Yang Tian's reaction was a little too crazy. However, since this was the case, it meant that he had already sealed his victory. After all, with so many attacks gathered together, even if the might of a single attack could not be compared to the previous one, it was still much more powerful when added together. Hence, what could Yang Tian use to block it? However, in the face of such aggressive attacks that had already overdrawn the power of the entire formation, Yen Chutian's face did not show any signs of worry. With his spiritual eye, he could clearly see that the formation was already full of loopholes. Since Yang Tian had disregarded everything and wanted to seal his victory with such an attack, Yang Tian would not let him do as he wished. With that thought, Yen Chutian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. As his figure swept up, he had already pointed his finger towards a certain part of the great formation. However, after this point, the great formation did not seem to be affected at all. Hence, many disciples could not help but reveal puzzled expressions. However, when Yen Chutian's finger technique continued to increase, everyone finally understood that he was actually disintegrating the formation bit by bit. Yang Tian's reckless attacks had already caused his formation to be full of loopholes. However, Yang Tian did not resist his crazy attack. Instead, he continued to attack the loopholes, causing the formation to disintegrate. At this moment, many of the gazes that were looking at Yen Chutian from afar could not help but become respectful. Because of his meticulous observation and instantly finding a way to resolve the formation, they were already ashamed of their inferiority. However, such a situation was destined to cause Yang Tian's expression to become extremely ugly. Because if this continued, the result would be obvious. It would be his defeat. Hence, Yang Tian's expression became extremely twisted and crazy. He tried his best to envelop Yen Chutian with his attack. However, in the end, he could only allow Yang Tian to flexibly destroy his own formation inch by inch. At the same time, it also weakened the destructive power that he had desperately gathered. After a certain moment, Yen Chutian finally stopped dodging. He gathered the power in his hand and then fiercely punched out. The power of this punch collapsed the biggest loophole in one strike. Following that, the formation that was already full of holes finally could not hold on any longer. Around Yen Chutian, under the gazes of everyone, it started to shatter like tofu. Chapter 584. The moment the formation broke, Yang Tian's face turned red. He could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he did not hesitate to overdraft the power of the formation in order to push his attacks to the limit. The price he had to pay was to connect the formation with him. Now that the formation was broken, the backlash surged. Yang Tian, who could no longer suppress it, naturally spat out blood and staggered back. At the same time, after breaking Yang Tian's formation, Yan Chutian let out a sigh of relief. The tension in the surroundings also dissipated. When Yan Chutian broke the formation, only a quarter of an hour had passed. At this moment, the other 4 formations had yet to be broken. Therefore, such a scene naturally caused the countless surrounding disciples to be extremely shocked. They did not expect that the formation set up by Yang Tian, who was ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect, would be unable to do anything to a disciple who had just entered the Yuanying sect. Although they had to admit that the news of the Yinyang land spreading was enough to make this disciple famous, they still found it hard to believe that the formation set up by Yang Tian could be broken. After all, deep in their bones, they still believed that the veteran disciples were stronger. However, facts were facts and could not be refuted. Therefore, no matter how shocked the crowd was, they gradually calmed down after accepting it. Next, they were naturally concerned about the result of the exchange between the two sides. If after the exchange, Yan Chutian's formation could still make Yang Tian helpless, then they would be completely convinced that his formation skills were truly powerful. However, if that was not the case, they would naturally not be convinced. After all, everyone knew that Yan Chutian had the spiritual eye. If that was the case, they would naturally think that he was relying on the power of the spiritual eye to have such great strength in breaking the formation. It was also because of this that there were already many sarcastic remarks that continuously sounded from all directions, especially many veteran disciples. They would rather accept the victory of a veteran disciple like Yang Tian than see a new disciple surpass the veteran disciples. Yan Chutian did not react to this and only waited quietly. A quarter of an hour passed. A quarter of an hour later, regardless of whether the formation was broken or not, the other 4 arenas had all come to a halt. Immediately after, a new incense stick was lit. It was also the time for the other side to set up the formation after the exchange. The moment the incense stick was lit, Yan Chutian immediately started to lay out the ancient formation in his heart. Although it was impossible for him to completely set up this ancient formation in the time it took for an incense stick to burn, it was enough to set up a prototype. This was because Yan Chutian knew that such a formation would become a nightmare for Yang Tian. If he used this formation to deal with it, it was very likely that it would produce unexpected result. The result that followed naturally made Yan Chutian a little surprised. Before the incense stick had even burned out, Yang Tian, who had been continuously setting up formations, admitted defeat with a trembling body. His admission of defeat was not only out of Yan Chutian's expectations, it was also out of everyone's expectations. But since he had already admitted defeat, it was impossible to change it. Quietly restraining his shock, Yan Chutian dispersed half of the formation. After that, without even looking at Yang Tian, Yan Chutian returned to the center of the square and sat down. As he sat down to recover, Yan Chutian ignored the various gazes around him. Instead, he quietly stared at Mu Yoshua, who was laying down the formation. At this time, Mu Yoshua's condition could not be considered good. After all, breaking the formation had consumed a great deal of her energy. Thus, it was easy to imagine what her condition would be like if she were to lay down the formation without stopping. However, everything was relative and there was nothing unfair about it. Moreover, even if she was a little tired, it did not mean that Mu Yoshua was unable to complete the formation she wanted to lay down. As expected, the moment before the incense stick burned out, Mu Yoshua clenched her hand. Immediately, ripples spread out in the sky. As they converged in the center, they rapidly turned into a giant formation that appeared before everyone's eyes. When the giant formation was formed, the formation's aura also spread out. The aura was enough to suppress fourth-layer Yuanying cultivators, making them unable to move. Even fifth-layer Yuanying cultivators did not dare to underestimate it. Mu Yoshua was obviously very satisfied with such an array formation. Her tight cheeks finally relaxed at this moment. Then, perhaps because she sensed Yan Chutian's gaze, she actually looked back. Her beautiful eyes gradually met with Yan Chutian's gaze. The moment their eyes met, Yan Chutian immediately revealed a smile. However, he did not expect that Mu Yoshue, who had met his gaze, would suddenly turn her head away, not daring to look at him again. Yan Chutian could not help but bitterly smile as he rubbed his nose. Could it be that the current him was so frightening? Although he did not understand Mu Yoshue's strange reaction, Yan Chutian still paid close attention to her. Even though they were separated by quite a distance, he was still able to sense the extraordinariness of the former's spirit formation. In comparison, the examiner was slightly weaker, so Mu Yoshue's chances of winning were higher. The final result was not out of Yan Chutian's expectations. Within 15 minutes, the examiner was unable to break Mu Yoshue's formation. So the final result was self-evident. Mu Yoshue naturally advanced. Senior Sister Yoshue, congratulations on advancing. Seeing Mu Yoshue flash back, Yan Chutian faintly smiled. Mu Yoshue's expression was no longer as strange as before. But even so, she only nodded at Yan Chutian in response. Her expression was cold. Mu Yoshue's expression was cold, so Yan Chutian naturally did not say anything. He was only secretly puzzled. What was wrong with this woman? However, Yan Chutian did not know that Mu Yoshue's heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. At this moment, her heart was fluctuating violently. It was even more difficult to describe her current emotions. Only the scene of the other party smiling at him just now kept replaying in his mind. The test continued. During this process, Yan Chutian was recovering while paying attention to the senior disciples who were setting up or breaking the formation. He had to admit that the Firmament God Palace was filled with talent. In a short period of time, he had seen many extraordinary people. Perhaps Yan Chutian was confident that he was not weaker than them, but at the very least, he could not underestimate them. No matter how long this test lasted, it would eventually come to an end. When it came to an end, the number of people left had shrunk by half. At this moment, there were only 20+ people in the middle of the square. These 20+ people were all senior disciples. Only Yan Chutian, as a new disciple, was able to reach this step. Sweeping his gaze around, Yan Chutian took in all the 20 people in the surroundings. He did not know what the next test would be, but no matter what, as long as he wanted to obtain the formation source fruit, he would have to encounter these people. If it were in his previous life, Yan Chutian would naturally not care about these outer disciples, even in terms of formations. But now, he was only a great array master. Thus he would more or less feel some pressure. However, even if there was pressure, Yan Chutian would not fear it. He had sufficient confidence in himself and also had the confidence to fight for the one and only formation source fruit. Just as Yan Chutian was lost in his thoughts, the deacon of the Celestial Array faction finally walked out once more. Then, he announced the people who had advanced one by one. These people who had advanced were naturally Yan Chutian and the others who were still standing in the center of the square. After the announcement, he did not let the crowd wait for too long. Soon, he continued speaking in a clear voice. Next will be the final test of my Celestial Array faction. This test will be presided over by the most outstanding disciple of my Celestial Array faction in the past 1,000 years, Gu Qinyan. Before the old deacon's voice had even died away, huge waves surged out from the sea of people. Even Yan Chutian's eyes flickered at this moment. He also did not expect that the final test would be presided over by Gu Qinyan. But since it was announced in front of everyone, and the Heavenly Origin Elder did not say anything, it could not be false. Thus, they saw that Gu Qinyan, who had remained silent from the start to the end, finally moved and appeared before the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Chapter 585. Under the focus of tens of thousands of gazes, Gu Qinyan gently moved her feet. Even though she was still young and her appearance appeared young, the posture she displayed when she moved was incomparably familiar. It was sufficient to cause quite a number of disciples to feel ashamed of their inferiority. Thus, such a woman naturally attracted too many burning gazes. Even Guo Hong, who had a gloomy expression because of Yan Chutian earlier, had a slight change in his expression. A trace of greed appeared in the depths of his eyes. He naturally wanted to possess such a woman. However, Guo Hong was also very clear that a woman like Gu Qinyan, regardless of status or talent, was far from what he could reach. Thus, despite the greed in his heart, he gradually withdrew his gaze. At the same time, under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Gu Qingyan's red lips opened slightly. At the same time, her jade-like hands opened slightly. Immediately, a huge formation descended from the sky. Sensing the majestic aura emitted from the descending formation, even Yan Chutian's eyes couldn't help narrowing. The aura of the formation had likely surpassed the level of a great formation master. Yan Chutian's eyes narrowed slightly. A trace of graveness slowly appeared in the depths of his eyes. Although he could sense that Gu Qingyan's cultivation had yet to reach the heavenly palace realm, the might of this formation had indeed reached the level of a profound formation master. He wouldn't stubbornly believe that Gu Qinyan couldn't set up a profound formation master-level formation because she had yet to reach the heavenly palace realm. After all, the world was vast and there were all sorts of strange things. Moreover, wasn't he himself the best example? Thus, Yan Chutian gradually understood. No wonder Gu Qinyan was called the most outstanding disciple of the celestial formation lineage in the past 1,000 years. It was because she was truly extraordinary. This is the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation that I personally set up. There are only 9 paths of survival in this formation. Thus, after all of you enter, the first 9 people to come out will advance. The strongest will be ranked according to the order in which they entered. Gu Qingyan's red lips opened slightly as her beautiful eyes swept over. Perhaps it was Yan Chutian's misconception, but he felt that the former's beautiful eyes seemed to linger on him for a moment longer. This made Yan Chutian feel somewhat baffled. However, on second thought, it was likely that she was already aware of the fact that he had broken the formation in the cave back then. That was why she was paying so much attention to him at this moment. Yan Chutian didn't continue to daydream because immediately after, the 20 people stepped into the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation. When Yan Chutian and the rest entered the formation, the atmosphere turned solemn. The reason for that was because everyone knew very well that it was time to determine who was strong and who was weak, exactly who would be eliminated, and which 9 would successfully advance. Everything would be revealed. The moment he entered the array, Yan Chutian felt that the surrounding world had instantly quietened down. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of white space in front of him. Occasionally, energy ripples would ripple by, as though they were endless. Although his attainments in the Tao of formations in his previous life had surpassed that of a profound formation master, the current him was still in the realm of a great formation master. Thus, a profound formation was still mysterious to him. However, Yan Chutian wasn't completely helpless. He opened his spirit eye and started to search for the location of the formation in this vast space. The eye of the formation would always be the loophole of the formation. However, no matter how profound the formation was, it was impossible to stop the existence of the eye of the formation. Everything in the world had a counter to each other. Within danger, there would always be a trace of life. This was a principle that would never change. However, when he opened his spirit eye, Yan Chutian had a bad feeling in his heart. He was clear that Gu Qinyan also possessed a spirit eye. The following result wasn't out of Yan Chutian's expectations. Even with his spiritual eye open, what Yan Chutian could see was strands and strands of the formation that were like coiling threads. Clearly, when he was setting up the formation, Gu Qinyan had already considered the existence of the spirit eye. Thus, he used these complicated energy strands to obstruct it. Yan Chutian couldn't help but admit that Gu Qingyan's idea was indeed very good. However, if he thought that he could trap him just because he wanted to do so, wasn't he being too naive and thinking that he could only rely on the spirit eye? At the same time, as time passed in the outside world, the originally heavy atmosphere of the crowd gradually became anxious. Everyone was looking forward to which 9 people would be able to walk out of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation. Or rather, who would be the first to walk out and become the champion. However, they couldn't see the situation inside. Thus, they could only guess in their hearts and discuss in low voices. I think that senior brother Kong Yun will be the first to walk out of the formation. Impossible, it will definitely be senior brother Zhao. Haha, although Zhao Han and Kong Yun are both very strong, if we are to be honest, it should be senior brother Wenren who is stronger. The crowd discussed unceasingly. However, no matter how much they discussed, they didn't mention anything about Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian, this new disciple, being able to walk to this step had indeed shocked them. However, that was all there was to it. Even if he could rely on the spirit eye, his attainments in the Tao of formations should still be weaker than the veteran top disciples. Thus, he definitely wouldn't be among the 9 people who could walk out of the formation. Somewhere in the crowd, Guohong's eyes were cold as he looked at the massive formation before him. If such a formation was a killing formation, then even if he stepped into it, he would definitely be in a perilous situation. However, the more this was so, the more Guohong was delighted. Because only like this would he believe that Yan Chutian wouldn't be able to jump up and down again. No matter which 9 people could walk out of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation, it had nothing to do with him. As long as Yan Chutian wasn't among them, it was fine. In front of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation, Gu Qingyan's expression froze. Various scenes appeared in her beautiful eyes, flowing like light. The more she read, the more astonishment she felt in her heart. At the start, she was interested in Yan Chutian because of the spirit eye. However, she didn't expect that after coming into contact with him, she would be even more shocked by his attainments in the Tao of formations. Gu Qingyan had never thought that the other party was only a great array master. How could the power of the Tao of formations be so precise? Even if she, Gu Qingyan, had the spirit eye when she was a great array master, she couldn't be confident that she could do better than him. Was he really just a great array master? Although she was startled in her heart, Gu Qingyan quickly shook her head and expelled this strange formation that had suddenly appeared from her mind. If he wasn't a great array master, could it be that he had stepped into the profound array master realm before her? Moreover, her Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation wasn't just limited to this. It wasn't easy to find an exit. Within the Great Formation, the intertwining energy threads were rapidly cut apart. Yan Chutian's forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. However, this price was clearly worth it. As he continued to cut apart the energy threads, Yan Chutian had a feeling that he was getting closer and closer to the formation core even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. As expected, after walking for another 100 feet, he saw a formation core clearly appear in front of him from afar. This allowed Yan Chutian to display his strength even more as he rapidly approached the formation. However, as he continued to get closer, Yan Chutian felt a strange feeling gradually growing in his heart. Even if he used his spirit eye to scan the formation core, there wasn't anything strange about it. However, there seemed to be an indescribably strange feeling. Even so, all Yan Chutian could do was to continue forward. After several attempts, he finally understood where the strange feeling came from. Although the formation core was right in front of him, it was actually separated by a layer of barrier. If he couldn't break the barrier, even if he continued to cut apart the energy threads, he wouldn't be able to get close to the formation core even if he walked for a lifetime. As for the fact that even his spirit eye couldn't see through this strange feeling, it could only be said that Gu Qingyan was truly cunning. However, this also faintly caused Yan Chutian to have an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. After all, he was the only one who had a spirit eye. However, Gu Qinyan had spent so much effort. No matter how one looked at it, there was a feeling that he was deliberately targeting him. However, he was now in the formation. No matter how unhappy he was, he could only let it go. Right now, the most important thing for him was to quickly find a way to break the barrier. Moreover, he had to be quick. After all, only 9 people could walk out of this Whitehead Supreme Mystery formation. Chapter 586. Looking coldly at the interconnected energy ripples in front of him, Zhao Han knew all too well with his attainments in the Array Dao. As long as he made the slightest movement, he would immediately be killed by the terrifying aura of the Array formation. But if this was all, they wanted to trap him, Zhao Han, then they were simply looking down on him too much. Thinking till here, Zhao Han had already lightly stomped his right foot. At the same time that boundless power surged out, the surrounding energy ripples were really affected by it. It was as if a storm had shrouded over. At the same time, on the other side of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Array, the white-clothed Kong Yuan had an indifferent expression. And in front of him was a similarly turbulent space. Although Empyrean Cloud didn't say anything, the expression on his face clearly declared that he wasn't afraid in the slightest. In truth, at this time, there were intense sounds coming from all over the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Array. These movements were none other than the fact that every single disciple who had entered the formation was using all of their strength in an attempt to walk out of the formation. Yan Chutian's eyes were deep. Although he was silent and motionless, his spirit eye had already swept out. He swept through the space in front of him, not missing a single corner. However, Yan Chutian felt somewhat helpless. His spirit eye that had always been invincible had finally lost its function in this space. Even though he knew that there should be a barrier in this space, he couldn't use his spirit eye to see where it was. And if he couldn't even find a barrier, how could he break it? Helpless, Yan Chutian could only continue to ponder. He didn't dare to act rashly. After all, array formations were the most unpredictable. If he casually moved, there was a chance that it would instead change. Outside the white-headed Supreme Mystery formation, Gu Qinyan had a panoramic view of Yan Chutian's performance, and a faint expression of joy couldn't help but appear on her fair and jade-like face. But she didn't move. She only quietly watched. She wanted to see just what this person could do after losing the support of his spirit eye. Under such circumstances, a quarter of an hour quietly passed. However, as time passed, Yan Chutian's expression did not turn for the better. Instead, it became increasingly ugly. This situation caused Yan Chutian's expression to turn ugly, but at the same time, he suddenly realized something. Although the spiritual eye was one's own power, Yan Chutian suddenly felt that unknowingly, his dependence on the spiritual eye had actually reached such a degree. Thus, he could completely imagine that if others were to use this against him in the future, wouldn't that mean that he would be as helpless as he was now? In an instant, Yan Chutian gritted his teeth and made up his mind. No matter what, he could not watch this happen. However, if he didn't rely on his spiritual eye, what else could he do? At this point, Yan Chutian's expression became even more unsightly. Even though he knew this, he realized that he had no way to change it. However, just as Yan Chutian was extremely anxious, he didn't realize that in the depths of his eyes, there was already a wisp of golden pattern slowly flowing. As the golden pattern flowed, an indescribable mysterious power spread out. Even though Yan Chutian didn't move, he finally realized that there seemed to be some changes in his body. This change was that his Array Dao realm seemed to have suddenly increased by quite a bit. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for him to catch a glimpse of a huge barrier hidden in the space in front of him. After a breath, everything had disappeared without a trace. However, the shock in Yan Chutian's eyes gradually emerged. The strange situation just now was fleeting, but Yan Chutian felt that it was still vivid in his mind. However, what exactly was going on? Yan Chutian was unable to explain the situation in his heart. However, this didn't stop him from wondering if the situation just now was real or fake. Because if the scene just now was real, it meant that the huge boundary he saw just now wasn't fake. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian naturally didn't hesitate. He immediately took a step forward and the power of array Dao around him began to rapidly surge. He knew that the great array was unpredictable, so he was even more clear that he only had one chance. Thus, regardless of whether it was real or fake, he only had one chance to act. As Yan Chutian was moving within the array, outside the array, Gu Qingyan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. Because in her opinion, Yan Chutian should still be helpless. But from the looks of it, why was he about to truly act now? Could it be that he had found the boundary? This was the first thought that flashed through Gu Qingyan's mind. However, she soon shook her head inwardly. Because within the array, the effect of the spirit eye was completely lost. In such a short period of time, how could the other party find the boundary? Thus, she thought of another possibility. Could it be that the other party knew that he couldn't find the boundary, so he had no choice but to casually attack? If that was really the case, then she, Gu Qingyan, would be somewhat disappointed. Because they both possessed spirit eyes, she was thinking that if the other party could reach the end, then regardless of whether her grandfather would take a liking to him or not, she would think of a way to let him enter the Heavenly Array faction. Under Gu Qingyan's somewhat disappointed gaze, Yan Chutian finally launched his attack. The power of Array Dao filled the sky and rushed towards the empty space in front of him. At this instant, even Yan Chutian's heart tensed up. Because, at this moment, he simply didn't know where the boundary was. However, in the next instant, a crisp shattering sound rang out, accompanied by a screen of light that continuously appeared under the bombardment of his Array Dao power. Yan Chutian's tensed heart finally relaxed a little at this moment. Because this meant that what he had experienced before was not fake. Just now, he had truly seen the location of the boundary. At the same time, when the boundary appeared, an unprecedented expression of shock appeared on Gu Qingyan's beautiful face. She found it hard to imagine that the other party could actually still find the boundary after losing the effect of the spirit eye. How was this possible? But no matter how shocked he was, the scenes that were happening before his eyes kept telling him that the other party had indeed found the barrier. The boundary had been found. At the same time that Yan Chutian's face was filled with joy, he didn't hesitate at all. The Array Dao power that surged around him became even more ferocious. Like a storm, it continuously bombarded the boundary. Under the bombardment of such an endless amount of power, the boundary finally couldn't hold on any longer. After a series of shattering sounds, it completely collapsed. With the boundary collapsing and the eye of the formation right before his eyes, how could Yan Chutian give Gu Qingyan any chance to change the formation? With a tap of his foot, he appeared in the air above the eye of the formation. In the next instant, he stomped his right foot and a tremendous amount of power burst forth from his foot once again. Like a tide, it crazily surged into the eye of the formation. Outside the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation, everyone was closely watching. They wanted to know who would be the first to walk out of the formation. Therefore, when a dazzling light continuously bloomed at a certain place in the Great Formation, everyone's gazes were naturally involuntarily attracted to it as they stared at the source of the light. Because to everyone, it was obvious that someone was about to rush out of the Great Formation. It did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Within a couple of breaths, a blurry human figure was faintly discernible within the dazzling light. This caused the atmosphere of the crowd to become even more heated. There were even people who couldn't help but guess who would be the first to walk out of the Great Formation and become the champion. It must be Senior Brother Kong Yun. It must be Senior Brother Zhao. Nonsense. How can their figures be so thin? In my opinion, it must be Senior Brother Wen Ren. The noisy discussions only became completely silent when the figure truly stepped out of the light. But immediately after, when everyone clearly saw the figure that had appeared, it was still deathly silent. However, different from the atmosphere, everyone's face was replaced by a thick expression of shock. It was as if the figure that had appeared had exceeded everyone's expectations. At the same time, looking at the figure that had appeared, the pupils of Guohong, who was originally calm and collected, abruptly shrank at this moment. Immediately after, an indescribable expression of shock swiftly spread across his entire face. But other than shock, there was also a deep gloominess that continuously surged out. It was because he was completely unable to accept that this ant was actually the first to walk out of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation. Chapter 587. To be able to cause Guohong's expression to turn so ugly, the identity of the person who walked out was self-evident. Who else could it be other than Yan Chutian? Although Yan Chutian was extremely confident in himself, he could not be certain that he would be the first person to walk out of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation before he had truly walked out. Hence, when he found out that he was the first person to walk out of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation from the deathly silent atmosphere of the surrounding crowd, a joyous expression that could not be concealed rapidly appeared on his face. He was not happy because of the fame he would gain because of this. Instead, it meant that the formation source fruit had already become his. The formation source fruit might not have been much to him in his previous life. However, to the current him, it was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. At the same time, after the temporary deathly silence, cries of surprise continuously rang out from the crowd. Countless people were staring at Yan Chutian's body with disbelief and shock. They had never imagined that the first person to walk out of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation would actually be this new disciple. High up in the sky, Gu Qingyan's pretty face did not reveal any shock as she looked at Yan Chutian's figure that was being watched by countless shocked gazes. This was because she already knew that the other party would be the first to walk out of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation. After recovering from his shock, Gu Qingyan's heart was filled with anticipation, gradually growing in his heart. The other party had exceeded her expectations time and time again. Hence, she naturally looked forward to how many surprises the other party would bring her in the future. Just as the crowd was in shock, there was finally a fluctuation within the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation that continuously spread out. After the intense ripple, a figure slowly walked out from within. However, following closely behind the figure in front, another figure also appeared. When the figures completely walked out of the formation, everyone could clearly see that the figures that walked out one after the other were Kong Yun and Zhao Han. However, it was clearly impossible for the two of them to walk out now. How could the crowd be shocked? After all, Yan Chutian being the first to walk out had already exhausted the shock in everyone's hearts. After walking out one after the other, Kong Yun and Zhao Han keenly sensed that something was wrong with the situation. With just a slight shift of their gazes, they were able to see Yan Chutian in another direction. The two of them were both intelligent. Hence, in an instant, they thought of a certain possibility. However, it was precisely this possibility that caused thick disbelief to immediately surface on the usually indifferent faces of the two. Could it be that the new disciple before them was the first to walk out of the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation? However, how was this possible? He had clearly stepped into the Yuanying stage not long ago. Even if his attainments in the Tao of formations were strange and he possessed spiritual eyes, how could he be the first to walk out of the great formation before the two of them? However, no matter how unbelievable it was, the shocked reactions of the surrounding crowd made them have no choice but to accept this cruel result. Following that, more and more disciples walked out from the Whitehead Supreme Mystery Formation. However, what made Yan Chutian feel a bit regretful was that even when the ninth person walked out, it still wasn't Mu Yoshua. However, Yan Chutian also understood. After all, Mu Yoshua wasn't him. Although her attainments in the Tao of formations were extremely high, there was still a certain degree of difficulty for her to stand out from the rest of the 9 or even enter the top 10. 9 people had already walked out of the great formation. Gu Qinyan waved her hand and the formation that emitted a tremendous pressure slowly dissipated before everyone's eyes. After the formation dissipated, the disciples that had entered appeared before everyone's eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, they couldn't help but reveal disappointed expressions. This was because they could guess that they should have been eliminated in the final round. Although they had all entered the final round, the difference between being eliminated and advancing was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not only would the 9 people that advanced be able to spread their fame, but they would also be able to obtain rewards that were announced long ago. However, those that were eliminated would only have the title of a loser. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Knowing that she had been eliminated, Mu Yoshue's beautiful face also dimmed. Her beautiful eyes quickly looked around as if she was searching for something. However, when she truly saw the figure she was searching for, an indescribable bitterness rapidly rose from the depths of her heart. She didn't expect that even the Tao of formations that she was so proud of would be surpassed by the other party. As the formation dissipated, the elder of the Heavenly Array faction, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally took a step forward. At the same time that he took a step forward, a tremendous force instantly swept out in all directions. Such a force caused all the disciples in the square to subconsciously take a step back, their faces filled with reverence. At this moment, only Gu Qinyan was still able to remain calm and collected, because the old man's might didn't affect her at all. At the same time that his might spread, the old man's gaze also slowly looked over, gradually locking onto the center of the square where the 9 figures that were the center of attention were. Previously, although he had been resting with his eyes closed, he had clearly seen every step of the test. As for the disciple that made the first elder not hesitate to open the Tao of Formations test in the outer court, he didn't disappoint him and successfully obtained the position of first place. Although this outer court disciple's Tao of Formations wasn't the strongest amongst all the disciples participating in the test, what they valued more was the potential that he displayed. Returning to the main topic, after his gaze locked onto the 9 people, his similarly dignified and indifferent voice resounded through the entire square. "The 9 of you, come with me." Before his voice faded, the old man began to walk backwards. At the same time, a golden path appeared beneath his feet. This scene was both extraordinary and domineering. Hearing this, how could the 9 people, including Yen Chutian, hesitate in the slightest? They immediately stepped onto the golden path. As they advanced along the golden path, they soon felt ripples appear before their eyes. Immediately after, all the noise disappeared, or perhaps it could be said that they were blocked by the ripples. Yen Chutian was extremely clear about the strength of the Heavenly Yuan stage. As such, his expression remained calm from start to finish. However, the other 8 did not know the strength of the Heavenly Yuan stage. As such, they couldn't help but reveal shock on their faces. Little did they know that this scene was seen by the old man, causing him to feel that Yen Chutian was extraordinary. He was so calm. "This is your reward for the test," the old man slowly spoke. At the same time, balls of light appeared before them one after another. When they touched them, the light scattered, revealing the rewards that had been announced long ago based on the rankings. As such, Yen Chutian's reward was naturally a formation genesis fruit that would make even Xian formation masters jealous. As such, the others couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Yen Chutian's palm after a brief moment of joy. When they truly saw the exquisite and translucent formation genesis fruit, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. Even Kong Yun and Zhao Han were no exception to this. In the depths of Zhao Han's eyes, there was even a strong sense of unwillingness in them. The formation genesis fruit should have been his, and the position of champion should have been his as well. Only the heavens knew what method this ant had used to avoid everyone's detection and obtain the position of champion. Zhao Han's heart was filled with rage. He thought that Yen Chutian had used some underhanded means to snatch away the position that belonged to him. However, he had forgotten that even without Yan Chutian, there was still Kong Yun. He still wouldn't have been able to obtain the position of champion. All of you go back. The old man slowly spoke again when he saw that everyone had taken away the balls of light. However, just as Yan Chutian was about to step back, the old man spoke again. Yan Yun, you stay. Although the old man's words were simple, they were enough to cause the hearts of the other 8 to churn like a raging sea. This was because everyone knew that the Celestial Formation faction might choose a disciple to join the main faction of the inner sect through such a test. As such, the Celestial Formation faction's elder had specifically asked Yan Chutian to stay behind. Apart from having him join the main faction of the Celestial Formation faction, what else could it be? In an instant, the envy they felt towards Yan Chutian reached an incomparable level. As for Zhao Han, he was so jealous that his eyes were about to turn red. This was because, in his opinion, all of this should have belonged to him. His opponent had used some kind of despicable trick to snatch it away. Chapter 588. Everyone knew what was going on. Only Yan Chutian himself did not know what was going on. However, he more or less felt that staying behind at such a time was a good thing for him. Hence, Yan Chutian immediately nodded in response and stayed behind to wait. When Yan Chutian stayed behind, no matter how envious the others were, they could only continue to leave. In the crowd, Zhao Han's eyes were blood-red. The jealousy in his heart was about to ignite. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to say anything in front of a heavenly origin stage elder. In the end, he could only clench his fists under his sleeves and leave with his head lowered. Not long after, the numerous disciples on the huge plaza once again saw Kong Yun and the others. There were also those with sharp eyes who immediately discovered that one of the people walking down the golden path was missing. They also knew about the Heavenly Array faction's recruitment. Hence, they immediately realized something. Their gazes towards the depths of the golden path were similarly filled with envy. If an outer disciple of the Firmament God Palace wanted to enter the inner sect, they had to pass through numerous tests. It was incomparably difficult. However, it seemed that Kong Yun did not need to go through all that. In a certain location in the crowd, Guohong clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. However, this was still unable to soothe the anger and unwillingness in his heart. How could he accept that the ant in his eyes was going to enter the inner sect before him? Mu Yoshue's beautiful eyes were deep. At the same time, she could not help but sigh inwardly. Kong Yun's growth was just too fast. It was so fast that it was hard for her to even think of catching up. While everyone's emotions were different in the depths of the golden path, behind the wave-like spatial ripples, Yan Chutian stood quietly, waiting for the words of the old man in front of him. But never would Yan Chutian have thought that before the old man could speak, he would instead hear the voice of a young and inexperienced girl. Haha, looks like Grandpa didn't waste his efforts this time. You didn't disappoint him. Yan Chutian immediately raised his head and looked towards the source of the voice. The source of the voice was beside the old man. It was none other than Gu Qingyan, who had appeared at some unknown time. With regards to Gu Qingyan's words, the old man didn't say anything. He had an appearance of letting Gu Qingyan do as he pleased. Seeing this, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. He immediately turned towards Gu Qingyan and slowly said, "I wonder why senior sister Gu wants junior brother to stay?" Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Gu Qingyan let out a faint laugh. He didn't hold back and walked closer to Yan Chutian. It was only when they got closer that Yan Chutian could vaguely smell the fresh scent that was unique to the young girl that she continued to smile. "You're the first one to call me senior sister. Although you can't be considered as my junior brother yet, I can give you a chance." Machine. How? Yan Chutian didn't understand. But when he saw Yan Chutian's reaction, Gu Qingyan felt somewhat suspicious. But when he recalled that Yan Chutian was still considered a new disciple, he gradually understood. Hence, Gu Qinyan didn't beat around the bush and directly spoke. Because your performance is not bad, I can give you a chance to enter the inner sect and become a disciple of my Celestial Array faction. When you become a disciple of my Celestial Array faction, you can reasonably address me as senior sister. And since you're my first junior brother, this senior sister will naturally take care of you. Gu Qinyan continued to speak. In her opinion, Gu Qinyan would definitely not reject him. After all, entering the inner sect was something that countless disciples yearned for even in their dreams. As long as one wasn't a fool, it was impossible for them not to want to enter the inner sect. At the same time, Yan Chutian gradually understood. He vaguely knew that the Celestial Array faction had very few disciples. Hence, when it came to recruiting disciples, they didn't stick to the same pattern as the other factions. Clearly, he was chosen by the Celestial Array faction. That was why he was given the chance to enter the inner sect's Celestial Array faction. If he was really an ordinary disciple, it would naturally be a great thing for such an opportunity to appear. Unfortunately, he, Yan Chutian, was no ordinary disciple. Hence, even if he wanted to enter the inner sect as soon as possible, he wouldn't enter the Celestial Array faction. What he wanted to enter was the faction that belonged to his master. Only by entering his master's faction would he have a chance to get close to his master and truly meet him. Hence, the answer that Yan Chutian gave Gu Qinyan was destined to be a rejection. After he rejected her, not only Gu Qinyan, but even the old man behind her also cast a puzzled gaze at him. He truly found it hard to imagine why Gu Qinyan would reject such a great opportunity. Are you an idiot? You're actually rejecting my Celestial Array faction? Gu Qinyan's reaction was much more straightforward than the old man's. She directly exclaimed in shock. Then, she immediately mumbled, "If you want to stand out like this, then you've already achieved your objective. You can just stop here." Gu Qinyan's girlish nature caused Yan Chutian to involuntarily have a good impression of her. However, no matter what, it was impossible for him to join the Celestial Array faction. Hence, the answer he gave Gu Qinyan was still a rejection. After being rejected one after another, Gu Qinyan was somewhat annoyed. In her opinion, Gu Qinyan was the one who didn't know what was good for him. Joining the Celestial Array faction was something that countless outer sect disciples yearned for even in their dreams. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a spirit eye and had extraordinary potential in the Tao of formations, how could he have such good luck? Humph, Elder Yan, let's leave. This fellow doesn't know what's good for him. Hearing that, the old man didn't leave directly. Instead, he stared at Yan Chutian for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. You have to think carefully. It's not easy to enter the inner sect. If you reject my Celestial Array faction, even if you can enter the inner sect in the future, it will be after the next inner sect assessment or even after that. Facing the old man, Yan Chutian hesitated slightly. However, his hesitation wasn't because of whether he should join the Celestial Array faction. Rather, it was because he was considering whether he should contact his master through this old man. But after thinking about it for a moment, Yan Chutian gave up on this idea. Because his master, even the Celestial Array faction's great elder, Gu Qinyan's grandfather, wasn't someone he could meet whenever he wanted. Moreover, by not joining the Celestial Array faction, he had already brushed away his master's face. If he suggested contacting the head of another faction, the result could be imagined. So, in the end, Yan Chutian could only bitterly smile and refuse. And the reason for his refusal was that he knew his strength wasn't enough. He felt that if he entered the inner sect now, he would only be asking for humiliation. Yan Chutian's words caused Gu Qinyan's mood to improve slightly. This was especially so for Gu Qinyan. She glanced at Yan Chutian and deliberately said calmly, "That's true. With your current strength, even if you have potential in the Tao of formations, if you join my Celestial Array faction, you will only be at the bottom of the entire celestial array faction or even the entire inner sect. Yan Chutian could naturally hear the meaning behind Gu Qingyan's words. Thus, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he nodded in agreement with her words. However, he didn't know if this elder Yan would believe him. Fortunately, after looking at him for a moment, the old man didn't say anything and only nodded slowly. That's fine too. In that case, you can temper yourself in the outer sect for a period of time. In the future, you will have another chance to choose. Faintly, the old man seemed to have realized something. Thus, the tone he revealed was no longer as calm as before. With regards to this, Yan Chutian could only bitterly smile in his heart. He didn't feel that the old man knew his true intentions. Most likely, the old man thought that he looked down on the Celestial Array faction. With regards to this, Yan Chutian couldn't say anything. He could only pretend that he didn't understand the meaning behind the old man's words. After thanking the old man, he slowly left this space. Gu Qingyan's thoughts were sharp. Even though she didn't understand the meaning behind the old man's words at the start due to her own emotions, she gradually understood. Thinking about it this way, she felt that it made more and more sense. Although he didn't want to join the Celestial Array faction, he still chose to enter the inner sect. Although he gave a self-aware reason, in reality, other than him looking down on the Celestial Array faction, what other reason could there be? In an instant, Gu Qingyan couldn't help but feel even more annoyed. She didn't expect that after giving him a chance to join the Celestial Array faction, he would actually dare to look down on it. Could it be that he thought that the Celestial Array faction was a place where any random cat or dog could join? Behind Gu Qingyan, the old man remained silent. However, there was also a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. It was fine for young people to be young and hot-blooded. However, when one's hot-blooded to such an extent, it was a little too arrogant. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 589. On the golden path, a figure slowly walked out. At the same time, thousands of gazes were fixed on the figure. Because those who had stepped onto the golden path had already walked out. The last person could only be a new disciple of the inner sect Celestial Array faction. Although the identity of a new disciple made many veteran disciples feel disbelief and even displeased, the truth was right in front of them and they could not refute it. Thus, at most, they could only stare at the figure walking out of the golden path with extremely angry and unwilling gazes. Among them, Zhao Han and Guohong were the most angry. However, most of their gazes were filled with reverence. After all, everyone could not help but think that the other person would become an inner sect disciple soon. Inner sect disciples had supreme status and authority compared to outer sect disciples. There was even a rule in the palace that if inner and outer sect disciples met, outer sect disciples had to listen to the orders of inner sect disciples. Therefore, if the other person really became an inner sect disciple, they naturally did not want to offend him. Otherwise, if the other person seized the opportunity in the future, they would have a hard time. After walking out of the golden path, Yan Chutian clearly did not expect the gazes that were fixed on him. However, he was a smart person and quickly realized that these people probably thought that he would join the Celestial Array faction. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian could not help but glance at Guohong. Sure enough, even though the latter had restrained himself, there was still a strong look of unwillingness on his face. This made Yan Chutian smile coldly. He pretended to be arrogant and looked into the distance. Without saying anything, he turned around and swaggered out of the square. He had never joined the Celestial Array faction. Although it was not a secret, there was no need to announce it in public. If that was the case, it was worth it to make Guohong feel suspicious and not find trouble with him. At the same time, looking at Yan Chutian's leaving figure and the arrogant gaze before he left, Zhao Han felt infuriated. Guohong's heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. In his opinion, the other party must have joined the Heavenly Array faction. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant toward him? But even so, Guohong could do nothing but feel helpless. He had no other choice. This was because the other party had joined the Heavenly Array faction and was not someone he could afford to offend. As such, Guohong could only clench his fists even tighter, until the pads of his fingers turned white. Only by doing so could he vent some of the anger in his heart. After leaving the square, Yan Chutian hurried back to his manor cave on Green Mountain. He never liked to keep good things for the night. Since he had obtained the array source fruit, he naturally wanted to use it as soon as possible to strengthen himself. After entering the depths of the cave, he immediately sat down. Soon after, the crystal-clear array source fruit appeared in his hand. The effects of the formation source fruit were extraordinary. Even Xian formation masters would be envious of it. This was because not only did the formation source fruit contain an enormous amount of formation Dao energy, but it could also help formation Dao cultivators gain insights and improve their attainment. However, the latter point was obviously not useful to Yan Chutian. This was because with Yan Chutian's attainments in formation Dao, if not for his insufficient cultivation, he could have reached the same height as before. Therefore, Yan Chutian's only purpose of using the formation source fruit was to improve his formation Dao strength. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian stared at the formation source fruit in his hand. Before he refined it, everything was unknown. He could only wait and see if the formation source fruit could give him satisfactory result. Before he finished thinking, Yan Chutian slowly closed his eyes. As he slowly formed a seal with his palms, wisps of pure spiritual energy spread out from his palms. The two wisps of spiritual energy converged in front of his chest, enveloping the formation source fruit and gradually refining it. However, this refining process was destined to be a long process. Next, he could only wait for the passage of time. 3 consecutive days seemed to have quietly passed by in the blink of an eye. Within these 3 days, the news about the champion of the formation Dao assessment became more and more intense. Almost everyone faintly felt that the former was about to enter the inner sect and join the Heavenly Array faction. However, he had only entered the outer sect for a short period of time. Now, he was about to enter the inner sect. This speed of advancement could be said to be unprecedented. At the same time, the main character of this matter, Yan Chutian, was very peaceful in the depths of his Qingshan cave. 3 days were enough for him to refine the formation source fruit. However, refining it was one thing, but truly using it for his own use was another. Therefore, in the depths of the cave, Yan Chutian was still adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed. However, there was an indescribable formation Dao energy slowly circulating around him. The aura that spread out from time to time was enough to make Yuanying level 5 cultivators shiver. This continued for a full day before his eyes, which had been tightly closed for a long time, finally opened slowly. The moment his eyes opened, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the formation Dao energy around Yan Chutian gathered on its own accord and gradually merged into a human figure. As for the human figure, it was himself. However, seeing this, Yan Chutian's lips suddenly curled into a smile. This was because the effect of the formation source fruit did not let him down. If it was before, Yan Chutian's formation Dao strength was not enough to dominate the outer sect. However, it was now incomparable. The effect of a single array source fruit had raised his array Dao strength to another level. He was even confident that if he was given the right conditions, he could set up the formation in his heart. Even a level 6 Yuanying cultivator would have to be extremely serious. With such formation Dao strength, he was already an outstanding existence among the formation Dao cultivators in the outer sect. Only a few people could be compared to him. Hence, how could he not be happy with such an improvement? However, Yan Chutian would not be overjoyed. After all, this improvement was only in terms of his formation Dao strength. In terms of strength, he still could not be considered the top in the outer sect. Not to mention others, just take Guohong for example. His cultivation was at level 7 Yuanying cultivator, but even so, he was not the strongest disciple in the outer sect. Yan Chutian did not think that they would be so stupid as to give him the time to set up a formation. However, without a formation, his strength was limited and could not be compared to them. This also meant that he still had a long way to go in the outer sect. Before the inner sect examination arrived, he had to increase his strength to ensure that he could enter the inner sect. Even if he could not become the strongest in the outer sect, he had to become one of the top few. After thinking about the path he had to take, Yan Chutian once again calmed down. He was all too clear that he had to take one step at a time in the end. Everything could not be rushed. In the following days, Yan Chutian returned to normal and quietly cultivated as usual. From time to time, he would go out to cultivate or accept 1 or 2 missions to train himself. During this process, there were naturally outer court disciples who encountered them. In the beginning, those outer sect disciples found it strange that he had not entered the inner sect. When they encountered him many times, the news spread. In their opinion, it was most likely that Yan Chutian did not get the opportunity to join the Sky Array faction. Knowing this, many of the older disciples could not help but feel a little happy. Otherwise, if a new disciple, who had entered the sect much later than them, was actually the first to enter the inner sect, many of them would not be able to raise their heads. Knowing this, Zhao Han's expression finally became much calmer. Soon after, he could not help but chuckle. Thinking about it, how could that trash be accepted into the Sky Array faction? He was just a trash who was lucky. Those big shots could see through him at a glance. How could they let such a trash join them? Guohong's emotions were not much different from Zhao Han's. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, compared to Zhao Han, he was obviously more nervous. This was because in his opinion, Yan Chutian was already a great threat. After all, he had witnessed how Yan Chutian went from having nothing when he entered the outer sect to becoming the champion in the outer sect formation examination in such a short period of time. These things might not be able to prove everything, but they were able to prove one thing: that Yan Yun was definitely not an ordinary person. However, regardless of Yan Chutian, Guohong still had a lot of confidence in himself. After all, his cultivation was already one of the best in the outer sect. Chapter 590. In the depths of the mountain range, pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth slowly rose. In the eye of the storm where the spiritual chi gathered, there was a huge spirit beast quietly crouching. The spirit beast looked like a jackal or wolf, but its body was covered with scales. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, and it had already reached the 5th level of the Yuanying realm. Looking at the ferocious giant beast in front of him, Yan Chutian was not surprised, because such a spirit beast was not difficult for him to defeat. Not to mention, it was after his strength in the Array Dao had greatly increased. Therefore, after an hour, the spirit beast finally fell in front of Yan Chutian amid the desperate roar of the spirit beast. After slaying the spirit beast, Yan Chutian lightly clapped his hands. He had already lost count of how many tempering missions he had received. Although the rewards were not much, the tempering in these missions was what he wanted to obtain. Faintly, he already felt that it was not enough to continue to be limited to fighting spirit beasts. But back to the main topic, after killing the spirit beast, Yan Chutian cut off its head, and then took the bloody head of the spirit beast back to the mission pavilion. After handing over the mission, Yan Chutian continued to flip through the many missions listed. Soon, a difficult mission jumped into Yan Chutian's eyes. Kill the blood spirit sex elder, loose demon. Carefully scanning this mission, Yan Chutian's brows gradually revealed a smile. When he felt sleepy, someone would give him a pillow. Although fighting spirit beasts was good, it could not be compared to a life and death battle with a real cultivator. And now there was such an opportunity. As for this loose demon elder, even if his crimes were not listed, Yan Chutian did not even need to think about it to know that he must be a big villain. This was because such missions were issued even in the inner sect. It was just that the villains required to be killed in the inner sect missions were quite famous in the entire Tsangyuan continent. In comparison, this scattered devil elder was much weaker. However, to hone oneself, one had to choose the most suitable one. Thus, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. He immediately selected the mission and accepted it. However, when he accepted the mission, the attendant couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the Yuanying stage 1. As for the scattered devil elders, they were all villains at the 5th level of Yuanying. Some of them were even close to breaking through to the 6th level of Yuanying. However, this honor guard obviously knew about Yan Chutian, and knew that he was currently a very popular figure in the outer sect. Thus, after a slight hesitation, he assigned the mission to the latter. No matter how vast the Dark God Palace was, it was impossible for the elder of the scattered devil sect to escape within the territory of the Dark God Palace. Therefore, Yan Chutian unavoidably left the Dark God Palace with this mission. However, he did not know that at the same time he left, there was already a pair of eyes staring at his tracks. According to the content of the mission, the elder of the scattered devil sect should be hiding in a dangerous place called the Seven Endless Peak. Therefore, Yan Chutian directly rushed to the Seven Endless Peak. The outside of the Dark God Palace was different from the inside of the Dark God Palace. Therefore, when walking outside, Yan Chutian was much more low-key. He had even completely changed his attire and disguised himself as an ordinary cultivator. After all, although the Dark God Palace had a good reputation, a tall tree attracted the wind. It was inevitable that there would be people who held a grudge against it. If he encountered such a desperado who would directly slap him to death, wouldn't it be an unexpected disaster? After several days of trekking, Yan Chutian gradually approached the location of the 7 endless peaks that was not described in the mission description. The so-called 7 endless peaks was actually more appropriate to describe it as a mountain range. However, there were 7 steep giant peaks in the mountain range, which was why it was named 7 endless peak. The area of the 7 endless peaks was not only dangerous, but also full of spiritual beasts. The elder of the scattered devil sect obviously knew that a great disaster was coming, so he hid in such an area in order to get a chance of survival. Looking at the 7 endless peaks in the distance, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. He immediately lifted his foot and was about to step into it. However, he did not expect that just as he was about to step into this area, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. "May I ask if you also want to climb the 7 endless peaks to seek opportunities?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian could not help but look back. Suddenly, a thin and tall figure of a young man appeared in his line of sight. The young man's appearance was not very handsome, but he was handsome. Moreover, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes had a sense of justice, which could make people involuntarily have a good impression of him. However, people like Yan Chutian naturally would not judge people by their appearance. On the contrary, it was easy for him to be vigilant against people who took the initiative to greet him. However, Yan Chutian did not shake his head to deny it, but nodded slightly. He also wanted to see what the young man's intentions were. At the same time, seemingly because of Yan Chutian's nod, the smile on the young man's face became even wider. He took a step forward and said frankly, "I am Mu Han, and I am also here to seek opportunities on the 7 endless peak. Why don't we go together?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian thought for a moment and directly nodded. Because of his reaction, the young man, Mu Han's face became slightly stiff. It was as if he did not expect Yan Chutian to agree so quickly. However, Yan Chutian's question quickly interrupted his doubts. "But I wonder if we find the opportunity, how will it be distributed?" "Haha, if you find the opportunity, it will naturally belong to you. In other words, it is the same for me." "That's good." Yan Chutian nodded slightly and then turned around. Just as he turned around, Mu Han's originally kind face secretly revealed a sneer. However, the sneer disappeared in a flash. Then, he asked in an extremely kind manner. That's right, I still don't know your name? Yen Yun. Yen Chutian still replied indifferently. This made Mu Han view her as a loose cultivator who was inexperienced in the world but had an indifferent temperament. However, he did not know that all of this was a deliberate act by Yen Chutian, because he did not believe that a second-level Yuanian cultivator would actually say such words to a first-level Yuanian cultivator that was clearly a first-level Yuanian cultivator. As for why he followed the other party's intentions, it was only because Yen Chutian wanted to know what the other party's intentions were. Then, the two of them stepped into the mountain range together. During the process, Yen Chutian had been observing the latter. The more he observed, the more he understood that Mu Han's intentions were not right. Although he said that he was going to explore the opportunities on the 7 endless peaks with Yen Chutian, he was actually deliberately leading him to a dangerous giant peak. Therefore, although Yen Chutian's expression did not change, the coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. Indeed, when he and the other party both ascended to the top of a giant peak, a sinister and cold laughter slowly sounded. "Ha ha, with you, we should be able to open the seal of the blood door." Before he finished speaking, Mu Han had already torn away his kind appearance and looked at Yen Chutian with a sneer. However, he didn't expect that at this moment, a cold laugh would suddenly come from somewhere on the mountain peak. "Haha, little grasshopper, you're wrong. It's only with the addition of you that this seal can be opened." "Who?" This sneer instantly caused Mu Han, who originally thought that everything was under his control, to have a huge change in expression, because from the beginning to the end, he did not know that there was actually a person hiding on the peak. Once he thought of the other party hiding right under his nose and watching everything from the beginning to the end, Mu Han's body, from the inside to the outside, emitted a dense chill. "Haha! I am a loose devil. You are the devil of the blood spirit sect." Mu Han cried out in alarm. Then, without caring about anything else, he hurriedly tried to escape. But at the same time, the black-clothed figure that appeared raised his hand and grabbed at the air, directly catching him in front of him. Then, an aged face that clearly did not match the age of the body appeared in front of Mu Han and Yen Chutian. "TSK, from the beginning to the end, you brought 20 people. Every one of them was thrown into the blood door to be refined and used to open the seal. Someone like you actually has the face to call this old man a devil?" Before the sneer fell, the black-clothed figure, who was the elder of the blood spirit sect, directly threw Mu Han in front of the stone wall dozens of feet away. This seemed to be the blood door that the two of them were talking about. Chapter 591. Mu Han's face was filled with horror as he heavily smashed into the stone wall. However, before he could even let out a scream, his entire body had turned into a pool of blood. Immediately after, the blood was absorbed by the stone wall. As it was being absorbed, a large blood-colored door vaguely appeared on the stone wall. Seeing this scene, Yen Chutian remained calm and did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for Mu Han, because from the brief conversation between the two, he already knew why Mu Han had tricked him to come here. At this time, he had only himself to blame for ending up like this. At the same time, looking at Mu Han, who had turned into a pool of blood and was being absorbed by the blood door, the scattered devil elder sneered. Then, he looked at Yen Chutian, who was several feet away, with a burning gaze. According to his estimation, the blood and flesh of 21 Yuanian practitioner should be able to open the blood door. And as long as the blood door was opened, all the opportunities that existed after would belong to him. Therefore, how could he remain calm? However, no matter how excited he was, when he looked at Yen Chutian's face, which did not seem to show any fear from the beginning, a trace of doubt appeared on his old and gloomy face. "Could it be that you still don't know this old man's name as a scattered devil?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian's face remained calm. Of course I know the fierce name of the blood spirit sex, Scattered Devil Elder. Yan Chutian's words could not help but make the Scattered Devil even more curious. Since the other party knew about him, why was he still so calm? But after a moment, as if he had suddenly figured something out, a gloomy smile appeared on his old face. At the same time, he sneered and said, "Haha. Kid, you really have a good plan. But do you think you can escape from this old man's hands by pretending to be calm?" The Scattered Devil seemed to think that Yan Chutian's performance was just pretending to be calm. Although such people were rare, it was not as if he had never met such people before. Before making a move, they appeared neither servile nor overbearing. Only when they were truly trampled under their feet would they reveal their true emotions. However, he didn't care about that at all because the blood door was right in front of him. It didn't matter if the ant in front of him was pretending to be calm or was really calm. All in all, none of them could escape. They would become a part of the blood and flesh used to open the blood door's seal. Thinking of this, the Scattered Devil didn't give Yan Chutian any time to answer. Following that, he directly stretched out his big hand. It looked like an ordinary grab, but the surging energy of the world was enough to easily crush a fourth-layer Yuanying cultivator. Furthermore, he had yet to use his full strength. After all, an ant that was even weaker than Mu Han was not worthy of him using his full strength. However, the Scattered Devil would never have thought that even though he felt that he was making a mountain out of a molehill, his attack would be forcefully blocked by a similarly enormous strength when it came crashing down. The Scattered Devil's eyes narrowed, and a touch of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. He sensed that this strength seemed to have come from the body of the ant that he disdained. As if to prove this point, he sensed that a big hole had been ruthlessly torn in the strength that he had stretched out. Then, there was the strength of the opponent's qi that was forcefully suppressing him. Boom! Yan Chutian's qi suddenly rushed to the top of the Scattered Devil's head. However, it was also at this moment that although the latter did not make any movements, the power of the qi seemed to have collided with an invisible barrier and rapidly dissipated. Such a scene made Yan Chutian's eyes turn solemn. The Scattered Devil Elder's cultivation was really strong. Even if he hadn't stepped into the sixth layer of Yuanying, he was extremely close. However, he didn't know that the shock he had caused in the Scattered Devil's heart was the greatest. Although the Scattered Devil thought that he had seen many so-called geniuses, he had never seen a genius who could display a strength that was almost comparable to the fourth layer of Yuanying when he was only at the first layer of Yuanying. However, because of his shock, the Scattered Devil obviously didn't believe it. He immediately stretched out his hand and directly suppressed Yan Chutian. However, the result was the same as before. Moreover, before he attacked, he stared at the opponent to make sure that the opponent didn't use any external force from the beginning to the end. In other words, the guy in front of him was really at the first layer of Yuanying when he was only at the first layer of Yuanying. After confirming this point, the Scattered Devil was even more shocked. At the same time, his eyes flashed slightly. He suddenly realized that the opponent's appearance wasn't as simple as he had thought at the beginning. Because how could someone who could display such strength be easily tricked by Mu Han to come here? "Who the hell are you?" the Scattered Devil asked in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on Yan Chutian. In the depths of his eyes, there was a solemnity that had never appeared before. However, Yan Chutian sneered at his reaction and said disdainfully, "What? Are you, an elder of the Shuling sect, afraid of me?" Yan Chutian's simple sarcasm ignited the Scattered Devil's emotions in an instant. "You're courting death. Even if you have some skills, do you think you can show off in front of me? No matter who you are and where you come from, you can't escape the fate of a tragic death since you're here today." Before the Scattered Devil's angry shout had died away, he suddenly rushed out. As he moved, his pale palms under the black robe had already torn the space and went straight to Yan Chutian's chest. The Scattered Devil was extremely fast. Obviously, he had practiced a body movement. However, he didn't know that in terms of body movement, Yan Chutian didn't need to be afraid of others. Therefore, as his hands approached Yan Chutian, and in the next moment, pierced through his chest, Yan Chutian's heart trembled. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out, because the Yan Chutian that was pierced through by his hands gradually dissipated. Obviously, it was just an afterimage. Such a scene obviously caused the loose devil to become even more furious, because it made him feel that he was being played by the opponent. Go to hell! With a furious shout, the scattered devil directly formed a seal with his palms. The vigorous power of qi kept pouring out of his body and converging into his closed palms. Under the fusion of the massive power of qi, an extremely unstable fluctuation quickly spread out. Along with the fluctuation, there were even energy ripples that tore the space apart and rushed toward Yan Chutian. Mysterious blood demonic seal. Under the scattered devil's cold shout, a demonic seal finally slowly rose into the air. On the seal, there were dark lines that were densely intertwined. An extremely violent aura of power kept spreading out. It was enough to make any Yuanying level 5 cultivator tremble with fear. Obviously, at this point, the scattered devil wouldn't hold back anymore. When he attacked, he had already displayed his most terrifying part. And one had to admit that with such a demonic seal, not to mention a Yuanying level 4 cultivator, even a level 5 Yuanying level 5 cultivator would be doomed if they encountered such a demonic seal. Therefore, even if Yan Chutian had the strength of a Yuanying level 4 cultivator, the result could be imagined. However, the scattered devil didn't know that apart from Yan Chutian's extraordinary cultivation, his attainments in the Tao of formations were also extremely deep. Just now, he had spent so much time testing Yan Chutian. At the same time, the latter was quietly and quickly setting up the Tao of formations. Therefore, when the demonic seal came suppressing, Yan Chutian slightly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding world had undergone a tremendous change. Buzz! A huge roar suddenly resounded. Then, between heaven and earth, energy ripples appeared one after another. Perhaps at the beginning, one couldn't see the difference between these ripples. However, as more and more of them appeared, they became denser and denser. Faintly, a mysterious and indescribable aura shrouded the area. What else could such a power be other than the power of the Tao of formations? Boom! When the demonic seal arrived, even the space couldn't resist it. Like a spider web, it was torn apart. However, when such a destructive demonic seal appeared above Yan Chutian's head, it was easily blocked by the dense energy ripples that appeared. No matter how the demonic seal exploded, it couldn't advance an inch under the obstruction of these energy ripples. Chapter 592. Formation. The sudden emergence of the formation made the scattered devil's expression change greatly. He had never expected that the other party would be proficient in formations. Moreover, judging from the aura of the formation, the other party's attainment in formations seemed to be stronger than his strength. However, it was also because of this that while the scattered devil was shocked, it also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because the other party's attainment in formations was so strong. If the other party had enough time to arrange the formation, the scattered devil would be in an extremely embarrassing situation today. Fortunately, the scattered devil knew about it now, so he would never give the other party any chance to arrange the formation. Phew! Thinking of this, the scattered devil exhaled again, and the power of the demonic seal slowly pushed forward. Even if it couldn't nibble away the formation in front of Yan Chutian, it would continue to wear it down. Then, the situation seemed to be exactly as the scattered devil had expected. Even though he had arranged a small formation, his demonic seal was constantly consuming its power. In just a few seconds, the whole formation was completely worn down, and the demonic seal also dissipated at the same time. Both parties' attacks were exhausted. The scattered devil raised his old face and shot toward Yan Chutian again. At this time, although he still looked at Yen Chutian with a dignified look, there was still a trace of contempt in his dignified look. Then, he sneered and said, "Your performance has indeed exceeded this old man's expectations, but it is not enough to make this old man feel helpless. As long as you don't set up a great formation, then as long as this old man slowly wears you down in today's battle, I will eventually be able to exhaust your strength. At that time, you still can't escape the tragic death of the blood sacrifice." Before his voice died away, the scattered devil's face was already full of coldness. He looked at Yen Chutian as if he was looking at a dead man. However, he didn't expect that the moment his voice died away, Yen Chutian suddenly smiled faintly, and this smile suddenly gave him a very bad premonition. "Oh, is that so?" Then, Yen Chutian's soft question slowly sounded. Scattered Devil wanted to refute, but in the next moment, with the two of them in the center, pillars of spirit energy shot up into the sky from the ground. When all the dazzling light pillars converged in the air, another energy ripple spread out. The area that this ripple passed was also where the two of them were. Looking at this scene, even though the changes were still evolving, there was an indescribable shock and even fear in the depths of the scattered devil's eyes. "This is a formation?" Sensing the constantly evolving formation in front of him, the scattered demon no longer wanted to ask when and how the other party had set it up. He only knew that the aura emanated by this formation had already reached a level where it could threaten or even heavily injure him. Therefore, the only thought left in the scattered devil's mind was to escape. He had a premonition that if he fell into such a formation, he would definitely die. Thus, in the next instant, he suddenly stomped on the ground again. As he displayed his movement technique, he quickly shot backward. However, just as he was frantically running away, Yen Chutian, who was watching this scene, shook his head and smiled. Yen Chutian smiled because although the scattered devil's perception was sharp, he was too cautious. As a result, he made a wrong decision the moment he knew about the formation. The formation had been set up and even included him. Then, the only way out was to break the formation or simply shoot at him to kill him. However, his first thought was to escape. What else could it be but courting death? Since the other party was courting death, he would not show any mercy. Immediately, he made a seal, and as the formation rippled, a huge rune fell from the sky. Boom! The rune fell from the sky. Even though the scattered devil could resist it, as more and more runes fell, his face became paler and paler. Because if this continued, he knew that he would be exhausted to death by this formation. The scattered devil did not expect that in the blink of an eye, such a situation would happen to him when he had just threatened to exhaust his opponent to death. Boom! His face was ugly, but those runes did not have the slightest scruple. More and more gigantic runes fell from the sky and bombarded the area around his body. Finally, under the continuous bombardment, the scattered devil suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his defense was broken, and the huge runes bombarded his back, smashing him to the ground like a dead dog. Struggling to get up, the scattered devil's face was full of despair because he could completely imagine his end. In front of this formation, he could not escape death. However, he was not reconciled. Obviously, the blood door was about to open. As long as he entered the blood door and obtained the opportunity, he could become stronger. Then, not to mention how glorious it would be, he would not be so embarrassed under the pursuit of the Firmament God Palace. However, who knew that at this moment, he would die on the spot? Yen Chutian did not care about the scattered devil's mood. Moreover, when he was doing evil, he should have thought about what would happen to him one day. Therefore, Yen Chutian's next move was still ruthless. Finally, after another rune bombardment, he completely cut off the scattered devil's head. However, what Yen Chutian did not expect was that after the scattered devil's head was cut off, his body was smashed into the stone wall. Just like Mu Han before, after the scattered devil's body touched the stone wall, it immediately turned into a pool of blood and was quickly swallowed by the stone wall. However, after this time, the blood door that appeared on the stone wall was no longer faintly discernible. Instead, it completely appeared on the stone wall. Immediately after, there was a dull sound of opening. Looking over, a corner of the blood door opened. The inside was pitch black and extremely mysterious. Looking at this blood door, Yan Chutian was definitely curious, because, whether it was Mu Han or the scattered devil, they were all here for this blood door. According to them, there was an enormous opportunity hidden behind the blood door. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Yan Chutian put away the scattered devil's head and then slowly walked into the blood door. Stepping into the blood door, Yan Chutian did not smell any bloody smell. Instead, there was a fragrant smell that slowly diffused from the depths of the darkness. With his many years of experience, even if he only smelled this smell, he immediately determined that there was a heavenly treasure in the depths of the blood door. Moreover, this heavenly treasure was at least of the demon grade. Such a heavenly treasure, no matter what it was very rare. Therefore, Yan Chutian would absolutely not miss it. Following the dark space, he continued to move forward. After a short while, he could see the space in front of him. Finally, a light appeared. However, rather than saying that it was light, it was better to say that it was a short tree. Its whole body emitted a sparkling and translucent spiritual light, illuminating the entire space. 100 Leaves Profound Fragrance Tree. Yan Chutian's eyes lit up. Even if it was only a glance, he immediately recognized the identity of this spiritual tree. This was because the 100 Leaves Profound Fragrance fruit on the 100 Leaves Profound Fragrance tree was very famous. Although the profound incense fruit was not very useful for cultivation, it had a special effect. It was able to restore a woman's appearance to its original state. Moreover, as long as it was properly protected, it could even be completely locked in this state, and it would not change even until death. Such an effect was enough to make a woman crazy. Although the top female cultivators in the heaven realm were not as good as male cultivators, they were not in the minority. Therefore, this 100 Leaves Profound Fragrance fruit was equally famous. Yan Chutian was a man. Although this 100 Leaves Profound Fragrance fruit was not useful to him, he knew that Chiao Yu had always wanted to obtain this fruit. As long as it could make Chiao Yu happy, it was also something that Yan Chutian was extremely happy about. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian stepped forward and walked into the 100 Leaves Profound Fragrance tree. Just now, with a quick glance, there were many fruits on this spiritual tree. It should be able to count them with 2 hands. However, it was only when he approached that he sensed that there was a small restriction on the 100 Leaves Profound tree. When the restriction was opened, a jade slip could be seen sitting quietly within. Slowly probing the jade slip with his mind, Yan Chutian withdrew it after a moment. Following which, he looked at the jade slip in his hand with an additional hint of shock. This was because what was recorded in this jade slip was an extremely mysterious cultivation technique. Furthermore, to cultivate this cultivation technique, one needed the cooperation of the 100 Leaves Profound Fragrance fruit. However, everyone knew that the 100 Leaves Profound Fragrance fruit was not very useful for cultivation. However, what was recorded in this jade slip actually broke this common sense, so how could it not be shocking? Chapter 593. However, there were many strange things in the world. Moreover, Yan Chutian himself had many miracles. Just like using one's body to enter the pattern, he had never seen such a method in any ancient book. Therefore, in comparison, it was not strange that the 100 Leaves Aroma fruit could assist in cultivation. However, even so, Yan Chutian could not practice this cultivation method because it was clearly written at the beginning that only women could practice it. This was in line with the characteristics of the 100 Leaves Aroma fruit and increased the authenticity of the cultivation method. After keeping the cultivation method, Yen Chutian continued to look at the spirit tree in front of him. Then, he did not hesitate and immediately collected all the fruits on the tree. Yen Chutian's harvest was not small. Following that, she surveyed the surroundings once more, searching for possible opportunities. It was because of Yen Chutian's caution that he found something strange at the corner of the stone wall behind the 100 Leaves aroma tree. When he approached the stone wall, he saw that there was a slightly broken gap at the bottom of the stone wall. From the gap, there was an even more dazzling light that spread out. In other words, there was at least another world behind the stone wall. This scene made Yen Chutian's eyes brighten. After all, although the 100 Leaves aroma fruit was good, it was not useful to Yen Chutian. Therefore, he was naturally looking forward to whether or not there would be an opportunity behind this stone wall that would be useful to him. Therefore, Yen Chutian hurriedly used the gap as the source and chiseled the entire stone wall bit by bit. After chiseling the stone wall, he saw that there was a spring behind the stone wall and it reflected a dazzling light. However, what surprised Yen Chutian the most was that there were countless creatures that looked like fish swimming in the spring. He was very clear about these things. Wasn't it the source of the spirit? After entering the Yuanying realm, unless one found a place of cultivation, the effect of sitting cross-legged to cultivate was extremely small. Only by relying on opportunities or the accumulation of cultivation resources could one steadily improve. However, how could opportunities be easy to find? Thus, the best and most common choice was to stack up cultivation resources. Among them, the source of the spirit was the most widespread cultivation resource. However, although it was widespread, it was not inferior. On the contrary, it was something that many Yuanying practitioners yearned for but could not obtain. Now, he found such a large amount of the source of the spirit right in front of him. How could Yen Chutian not be pleasantly surprised? After all, to the current Yen Chutian, every cultivation resource was extremely precious. Therefore, without any explanation, Yen Chutian immediately flashed to the side of the spring and could not wait to fish out the seemingly endless source of the spirit. Although it was said to be endless, in fact, it was only on the surface. In 15 minutes, Yen, of course, the source of the spirit aromatry, the source. However, the amount of spirit aromatry that he obtained was not small. At the very least, it was enough to make countless Yuanying realm level 5 cultivators green with envy. Such a situation naturally made Yen Chutian satisfied. With such a large amount of spirit aromatry, in addition to what he obtained from the Yin-Yang land, it was enough for him to be able to cultivate peacefully for a long period of time. Joyfully keeping the spirit aromatry, Yen Chutian once again swept his gaze around. However, there did not seem to be any more opportunities hidden within the blood door. Therefore, after searching for a while without any results, he retracted his thoughts. Actually, such a harvest already made Yen Chutian delighted. He was very clear about the principle of a man whose heart was not content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Very satisfied, Yen Chutian followed the path he came from and slowly exited the blood door. However, the moment he stepped out of the blood door, the joy on his face that he couldn't restrain suddenly changed. However, before Yen Chutian could say anything, the originally calm heaven and earth around him started to ripple. Huge pillars of light shot into the sky, intersecting and gathering in the air. In the end, they turned into pillars of light that descended onto the ground. However, the pillars of light that descended onto the ground had already turned into walls that were enough to seal off cultivators and prevent them from entering easily. With such a commotion, it was obvious that a formation that had been hidden for a long time had been activated. The sudden appearance of the formation had caught Yen Chutian by surprise. Even though he had sensed it the moment he stepped in, it was already too late by the time he stepped in. However, since he had already reached such a stage, Yen Chutian naturally would not stupidly panic and lose his footing. Instead, He calmed himself down and slowly swept his gaze around, taking in the entire formation around him. However, this glance caused Yan Chutian's expression to change slightly. That was because such a formation had already reached a level where it could kill a Yuanying Stage 6 cultivator. However, no matter how ugly his expression was, Yan Chutian's expression was still extremely well controlled. After retracting his gaze, his disdainful cold snort had already spread out. Why? You have planned so much to lay down such a killing formation here. Are you going to hide your head and show your tail, and not dare to come out and meet me? Not long after Yan Chutian finished speaking, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. The other party did not hide his face. Hence, Yan Chutian instantly recognized the other party's identity. The person who came was actually Zhao Han. Looking at Zhao Han, many thoughts flashed through Yan Chutian's mind. Although the rules of the Dark God Palace forbade disciples from killing each other, since the other party had already made a move, he definitely would not care about the rules. In other words, it was clear that Zhao Han had come with killing intent. Hence, Yan Chutian was too lazy to question him. That would make him seem stupid. Instead, he spoke coldly. It seems that senior brother Zhao has thought it through. Even if it means going against the rules of the Dark God Palace, you have no scruples. Yan Chutian's words clearly stunned Zhao Han. He originally thought that Yan Chutian would question him, but he did not expect the result to be so calm. However, no matter how Zhao Han reacted, he did not care. The moment he revealed himself without any concealment, he already had the intention to kill. From Zhao Han's point of view, if it wasn't for the other party's despicable tricks, how could he have snatched the position of champion from his hands? It was precisely because he had snatched the position of champion. Otherwise, with his talent and strength, it was very likely that he would have been recruited into the Heavenly Array faction. How could he swallow the humiliation of an ant that blocked his path and allow the other party's name to spread far and wide? Now was the best opportunity. As long as he killed the other party here, no one would know. They would only think that the other party had died at the hands of a loose demon. Moreover, deep in his heart, Zhao Han had to admit that he was looking forward to the other party's secrets. For a guy at the first level of Yuanying to reach such a level, he must be hiding some secret. If he could obtain those secrets, he might even have the possibility of becoming the number 1 outer disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Thinking of this, Zhao Han's heart burned even more fiercely. Deep in his eyes, there was an unconcealable greed that crazily spread out. As if he believed that the other party would undoubtedly die, Zhao Han no longer had any scruples and sneered. "Haha, you should have known your fate by blocking my path. So today you will obediently die for me. Ha!" Before his laughter faded, a cold glint flashed across Zhao Han's eyes. As his left palm suddenly pressed down, a monstrous giant palm came crashing down from the sky above the great array. Yan Chutian was all too clear about how foolish it was to take such a giant palm head-on. Therefore, he immediately used the mysterious shadow movement technique to dodge the attack, barely avoiding it. Boom! The palm missed and smashed into the ground. As the deafening rumbling sound rang out, thick cracks began to spread along the ground. Seeing that his attack had missed, Zhao Han's face did not have any ugly expression. Instead, a mocking expression gradually emerged. "TSK, you are quite an agile grasshopper. I wonder how many times you can jump around in my mysterious sky demon subduing formation?" As the mocking words slowly faded, another giant palm appeared in the sky above the great array. Immediately after, the giant palm came crashing down. As it streaked across the sky, even space could not withstand it and was easily crushed, continuously collapsing. As the palm came crashing down, even though Yan Chutian had dodged it, he was still swept by the biting cold astral wind, causing him to miserably retreat a few steps. The clothes on his right arm were completely shredded, and there were even hideous wounds that were faintly discernible. Yan Chutian's expression was grave as he quickly climbed to his feet. This was because the current situation was extremely bad for him. Relying on such a great array, Zhao Han did not need to personally take action and was already in an invincible position.